Oh, hello, friends. I'm host Eric, and I am pretty important because I am a YouTuber. And not just anybody can become a YouTuber. It takes special skills, special insight, special technologies, wisdoms, truths, all of that, even more. It's what's required to become a YouTuber. It's not something that you can just do if you feel like it, right? It's a long application process. You have to have a lot of meetings with the people at YouTube. And finally, after you've gotten a bank to sign on, they'll let you become a YouTuber. Well, here I am, 10 years later, and I now have 4 million subs. Which is pretty good. Not too bad. And I make $1 million a day from YouTube. Pretty impressive, huh? I make $1 million every day from YouTube. What is happy? Too many comments to reply to? No, it's fine, Mrs. Wong. It's like I've got a pile of years of accumulated comments that I didn't reply to. Some of which I didn't reply to on purpose because I didn't like them, but plenty of which I just slipped through the cracks. So if you're getting a lot of hearted comments, it's not because you're putting too many comments. It's because I just am finally getting around to working backwards. I'm back to 2 years ago now, so I'm making making good progress. What is happy? What is happy? Like, am I feeling happy right now? Well, I'm feeling like we have to go to town to go to the store tonight. We're like totally out of everything. We do have a few drinks left. We got a couple of little food things we could eat, but we're basically out of everything. I'm not exactly loving the idea of going to the store today, but I am convinced that I will survive a trip to the store. It's like, hey, grocery store, didn't we just come here? Buy all kinds of shit like just 2 weeks ago? How does it have to come back here again already? What we should get is a garage freezer, probably, you know? Because we purchased so many things that go in the freezer. So we have our fridge is filled generally with drinks mostly, drinks and cheese and stuff. But what we really fill up is our freezer because we mostly buy frozen dinners and stuff, and so our freezer gets packed to the brim, so much so that we can't even store weed in there. We have to move the weed out. I don't need a garage fridge. I need a garage freezer. Like, people who go hunting often have dedicated, like, lean down into top loading rectangular freezer to put their, like, venison meat and shit in. I'm not a hunter like that, so I don't need it for that purpose. But if we had one of those kind of freezers, um, then we could fit plenty of frozen dinners in there. We could fit as many frozen dinners as we need. Let's go smoke a cigarette. Actually, let's pull a couple bowls first before we go outside. Happy is when you sit in silence and a butterfly lands on your shoulder and you say hi there, and then the butterfly flies away. After a moment of nonverbal reaction, you laugh peacefully. Are you sure that's not boredom you're describing? I'm pretty sure that's called boredom, side cheek. It's like I'm definitely happier now than I was before I started live streaming. I wasn't unhappy, but I am tired. Like I haven't been getting enough sleep. As you can tell by my yawning. Oh, what a big yawner I am. Eric is a very good yawner. Well, a good question, Winston Small. So, did I sleep well because of the cloning? I slept hard. Like I went to sleep about 12:30, and I slept till like 7 in the morning. But I slept really hard during that sleep time. But I didn't get what I was hoping to get, which was like 10 hours of sleep or something. You know. So I still feel a little run down. As I'm coming to the end of these bottles of Vyvanse. No, Side Cheek's favorite butterfly is one she's never seen before. Oh, yeah, you do. Your favorite? This guy right here. Side Cheek's favorite butterfly is Eric. Her favorite everything is Eric. Look, Side Cheek, no matter how much penis and balls he has, is a woman as far as I'm concerned. Because the name is Chic, which is like chick. It's a play on words of side chick. So, therefore, it's a chick, even if it's not. I get to decide what gender people are, not the people. Winston's mom, you're a dude. Boba Fett, you're a hermaphrodite. Mr. Bobby, you're a lady. I decide what gender people are. It is true that gender is not binary, but it's not true that you have any choice regarding your gender. Only I get to choose what everybody's gender is. God put me in charge of that. Yeah. See, Side Cheek's a chick, not a dude. She's not a dangle, she's a slit. Oh, chick, lady, they're interchangeably evenly interchangeable. If you want to be really precise, of course, you call all women Woper children out of respect for the matriarchy. How many Whooper children does it take to raise a child? 4. One to give birth to the child, the other 3 to spin the room around. Oh, wait, that's a light bulb. I was wrong about that. I wonder if the Polish people will always be known most for their difficulties with light bulbs. Is that a permanent status for them? For the rest of history, Polish people will be known as people who have trouble screwing in light bulbs. Just because gay means happy doesn't mean that happy means gay. Polacks, right. You also call them Poles. So 2 Polacks and a German walk into a Pole. The German says, "How did I walk into that pole?" And the 2 Polacks say, "That's what you get for following a couple of Polacks." I'm gonna try being happy till it turns me gay. Colorful, fun, and free. I'm gonna try being happy till it turns me gay. Then you'll see the real me. It's like penis, penis, penis all around. Stick it in all of my holes. Well, Rachel and I were having this conversation the other night, Winston's mom. Neither of us are feeling especially enthusiastic about another trip to Oakland after our last one proved so just like much more of an expedition and journey and harsh conditions than either of us expected. We're a little drive to Oakland shy, but we're both in full agreement that in order to complete the Shea Langoliers fan club arc, we need to go to at least one more Oakland A's game and bring the sign and make sure that Shea Langoliers is aware we aren't just a 1, 2, 3 game attending fan club. We're a 4 game attending fan club. Even though he hasn't seen us at the stadium recently, he should know that his fan club has gone nowhere. We're still here. We're still rooting for Shea Langoliers. And we need to go to the stadium one more time this year before the end of the season to prove it. Maybe in the last time I'll get on TV even. That'd be great. Regardless, I want to go to the last game I go to this year. We go to this year. I want it to be a night game against a super shitty team, and like Monday, so that we have the fewest people there possible, so I can maximally get attention from my Shea Langoliers fan club sign. Our Shea Langoliers fan club sign. I keep saying my Shea Langoliers fan club sign, and Rachel keeps going. Well, yeah. The problem was that day, Mr. Bobby. It was a weekday day game. So when we were driving out of Oakland, it was smack in the middle of fucking rush hour traffic. We're not going to make that mistake again. We're going to go next time to a Monday evening night game, like the first one we went to, in which there were only like 2,100 people there in the whole stadium. Like, a Major League Baseball game having an attendance of under 2,500 people. That was a special experience, you know. It was like you never get to be in a Major League Baseball stadium watching a Major League Baseball game with there's like nobody there, you know. It's crazy. But, you know, you can yell things at the field and be confident that your voice is gonna be heard because it's just like crickets in there. There's like nobody there, you know. So when I yell out to them like, "Kotze," you know, put in Shea Langoliers as a pinch runner. Like, based on where we're sitting too, you know the A's dugout can totally hear you if it's a Monday night and there's 2,000 people there and you've got good seats up front. They can totally hear you. That's what I want about a baseball game. And that's what I like about the Oakland A's baseball games is I can talk to the actual Oakland A's people, like the players, the manager, and they can hear me. So when I said in that last game we went to, I said, Kotze, put in Shea Langoliers. Perez needs more rest. Which was a ridiculous thing to say, of course, because Perez had been resting, and Shea Langoliers been playing every single day. Finally, Shea Langoliers gets a day off, and I'm shouting at the dugout to put Shea Langoliers in because Perez needs more rest. It's hilarious. And when I see an Oakland A's player, clearly it's not Shea Langoliers, but some other player, um, well, I mean that's a well worth it baseball game. If I got some Oakland A's player laughing at my thing that I yelled at the A's dugout, that's a big win there. That's a huge win. I even got my Shea Langoliers fan club sign. Our Shea Langoliers fan club sign. I keep calling it mine because I made the sign and I'm proud of how well a good job I did making the sign. Although it did take me 2 attempts to make it correctly. But Rachel doesn't think I should call it my Shea Langoliers sign because it's our Shea Langoliers fan club. We're co-presidents of it. So she just has just as much ownership of the sign as I do, even though I made it. But for some reason, I seem stuck in habit of a habit of saying my Shea Langoliers fan club sign. Because like as a TE project, I was really patting myself on the back about that one. I'm not good at making signs. You did it to the Chicago Cubs in 1998, huh? I also, yeah, I try to steer a baseball game with my inputs of players. Like when we went to that Yankees game, which was the last game we went to, I don't remember which the Yankees player's name was, but when he came up to bat, I said, "You play baseball poorly," and the Yankees fan in front of me, I turned around and was like, "Wish I, you know." Wish I could play baseball that poorly, something like that. You know, I said, no, I'm just trying to discourage. I'm just trying to negatively impact his performance with my discouraging words. You can't expect me to tell the truth at the baseball game to the opposing team. I'm trying to lower their self-esteem. It doesn't work very well though, because the game before that, there's this one player for I don't remember what team they were from, but his batting stance was like this. Shit you not. It's like his toes were pointing together. His batting stance was like this. And I shouted at him. I said, "Your batting stance looks dumb." Literally 1 second before he cracked a home run. So sometimes my psychological warfare backfires, as it did in that instance. I told him his batting stance. What happens to me? I get instant uh, slap to the face, you know? Oh yeah, my batting stance looks dumb? Here's a home run for you, motherfucker. So, I don't remember if Oakland won or lost that game, but or with the bad batting stance guy. But I do know that that was the day I learned that it can be dangerous to taunt the opponent. Some of them, it just makes them angrier, I guess. And then they hit a home run. If that batter heard me, he must have just been like, ha ha, as he's running around the bases. You know what could I do? I could do nothing but say, "Oh, you pooped right on my face." You really showed me a thing or two. Okay, I'm coming outside. This is what looks outside of the house. It's a nice day. It's not that hot, but it's sunny. We had a couple of days of intermittent rain. Rainettes, you might call them. Rainettes are small rains. But it's sufficient that there's more little white flowers here now. Still kind of brown on the hill. Okay, I have to go pee now. I'm just gonna pee right here. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'm not worried, you shouldn't be either. Okay. I call that urine free and relief rich. But that spot right there that I was peeing at is the best spot I have to pee without being visible to anybody else, without having to walk down the hill to the shed area or somewhere down the hill. There are better spots to pee where I'm completely invisible from anywhere from the street or any neighbor. But that's the closest I can get to, is that spot right there, to that reality without walking the hill. And walking down the hill is not the end of the world. But right now, this particular time of year, you'd be better off walking down the hill just in like I am now, with just legs and feet, than walking down the hill with any kind of thing wearing any kind of thing, because it's got so many stickers that'll get stuck in your pants, your socks, whatever. Acacia! It is so good to see you! You know who I like on? I like a few people on Naked and Afraid Castaways, which is the new season of Naked and Afraid Legends, basically. Could I ride down the hill on a box? I probably could. You know, like it's definitely the case that in the winter when it snows, there was definitely a time when I could have ridden a sled down this hill down to where the shed is, but I'm not sure I'd really find that sort of activity that fun. There's that cat. There's this black and white cat. I don't know whose cat it is. It might be the neighbor's cat, but I can see it. It's down there. It's right there. Where's my hand? It's right. Maybe it needs to be up a little bit. Right there. You see it? You're not allowed around here. We have two cats and that's it. Okay? We don't want a third cat. We actively are opposed to a third cat. We're not just not seeking a third cat. We have active opposition to one. You just need to get out of here, y'all. Don't be a baby. Y'all stink. Don't be a baby. It's definitely going straight into Tiffany's bank of expressions. Don't be a baby. Oh my God, you're being such a baby. Y'all stink. I wonder if the stream's going at all. Just probably didn't get quite enough rain to make the stream go. See if I can hear it. No, it doesn't sound like it. But it sure is green for freaking August, you know? August in California is not known for its greenery. But with these rains we've gotten, I don't know if you're aware of this, but rain actually waters the plants and stuff. All by itself. You don't have to remember to turn it off or anything. Do you think we should structure a sport in which it's like boxing, but it's fist fights based on hypotheticals? There's some sort of battle of hypotheticals, and whoever wins gets to punch the other person. I watched a really strange sport yesterday, a little bit of it on television. It was pillow fighting. They have competition pillow fighting. And, Rachel and I watched about 5 minutes of it. just kind of like, what is this? And the commentators, what a tough job, like to try to be like, "Oh, that's some good action there. That's great. Wow, that's really high level pillow fighting." Without knowing the reason, a response to a hypothetical reason is not warranted. Sled to Shed 2023. That is a pretty snappy name. You should definitely be in charge of the snappy names for the marketing department for all of my inventions. In between rounds, they had to eat marshmallows. I agree. Like there's there's a judging there's a judging criteria for it that includes both like total number of hits versus, if you block it with your arm, then it doesn't count. Plus like style points. So like one of the guys spun around and got a spinning hit on the guy, and it like counts extra. And as soon as I got to like that part, I was just like, okay, this is completely idiotic. Both the winner and the loser get read a story, tucked into bed, and kissed goodnight. There are no winners or losers when it comes to bedtime. We all get to enjoy a non-competitive activity at bedtime. Except for unless you're an ENTJ. ENTJ, you probably keep a log just so you have data to reference in your ongoing attempts to eliminate sleep entirely from your human experience. Mustard flavored Skittles? What would the worst flavor for marshmallows be? Mackerel. Mackerel mellows. Mackerel mellows. It's my new product. It's half marshmallow, half mackerel. Poop's not a bad choice. I don't know. The thing is, let's be honest. I don't think either of us have ever tasted poop. So maybe just because it smells bad doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. Like Brussels sprouts, they don't really smell good, but they can be delicious. Don't knock it till you try it. Macromellows is the clamato of candy, okay? The macromello is the clamato of candy. And if clamato can work as a product, when you combine two gross things together to make one extra gross thing, tomato juice and clam juice, well, then certainly the macromarshal, the macromello can succeed in the marketplace. Because it's only one gross thing combined with one not gross thing. That's got to be better than two gross things combined. If you want to add a third gross thing to your clamato and go full Mexico, you can get a can of Modelo and pour it in there. It's like, okay. Whoever came up with this notion of mixing clamato and beer together and calling it a drink, no, Mexico, You can take your clamato-based drinks and your tamarindo candy and just flush them right down your Mexican toilets. Tamarindo is not a good flavor. Why would anybody try to make candy out of it? Would you like some candy, Eric? Oh, yeah. It's Mexican candy. Oh, no. Never mind. Also, like Chinese candy. It's Chinese candy. Oh, you mean it's like sweetened bean lump? No, thank you. You know, that's not candy, okay? Rice pudding. That's not a dessert. Let's just get over that already. It really grinds my gears. And you're all excited to get some candy, and then you discover, oh, it's shitty Mexican candy. Right. I'd like something for dessert, like I don't know, maybe cheesecake or chocolate mousse. We have flan. No, I don't want flan. Nobody wants flan. If you were to say to a shit ton of people, like, if you could eat any dessert right now, what would it be? I might say tiramisu. Tapioca pudding is for babies. I might say tiramisu. I might say cheesecake. Various people might say different things like strawberry ice cream or whatever. Nobody's going to say flan. Nobody is going to say flan is their favorite dessert. Even if I'm not saying flan is necessarily bad. You're not going to torture me by making me eat flan. It's fine, but it's nobody's preferred dessert. You get a wonder point for that one, Ruben. I am for babies, it's just true. Also, like Mexican breakfast bread. Decide what you are, okay? Be a donut, or be a croissant, or a muffin. You're like, we're a regular bread, but we've got sugar on top of it, and we're pink for some reason. Your bread is not a breakfast bread, even. You got 3 choices for breakfast bread: donut, muffin, or croissant. Not some dumbass pink thing with sugar, with big chunks of sugar on top of it that pretends to be sweet until you bite into it and you realize the only thing sweet is the sugar on top of it and the rest of it just is regular bread. I'm sorry, Mexican bread place. I'm not having your bread. Don't be a baby, Mexico. Make proper donuts. Churros aren't good enough. Churros are pretty good. Churros are pretty good. It's like, Mexico, hi. How can you be so good at dinner and so shitty at everything else? Okay, I take that back. Mexican breakfast can be fantastic, like huevos rancheros, fine. But what is Mexico not good at? Desserts and sweets of any kind. They're not good at they're not good at beer. Mexican beer is gross. They are good at making piñatas. I can see that, sure. But ice cream, you don't want to go get Mexican ice cream. It might be cheese flavored. And cheese and eggplant. Here's 2 scoops of Mexican ice cream. One of them is cheese and the other is eggplant. Croissant. Voulez-vous un croissant? Calme-toi. Yeah, I'm just speaking truth about Mexico. That's all. Just speaking the truth. Pinata full of plan. You guys are gonna really like this pinata. Wow, that's heavy. Yeah, I've loaded it full of treats. And then somebody hits it real hard and it just flan splatters all over the place. Excellent idea. That should be in a comedy movie or something where you get this kind of like super oblivious white housewife who who learns that a couple of Mexicans will be coming to her kid's birthday party, and in an overabundance of attempts to make them feel welcome, decides to include in the party a piñata full of flan. Every time she talks to the children, who are just a couple of white children whose name happened to be like Martinez and Gomez or something, and she goes to them and says, "It's a piñata. It's piñata." And the kids kind of look at her like, "Okay, is it my turn?" And they play Pin the Tail on the Donkey, but in honor of the Mexican guests, they call it Pin the Tail on the Burro. She keeps insisting they live in a pueblo. She's purposely put out a book on the coffee table inside the house about the Pueblo Indians. Because she's of the mindset that Mexicans and Pueblo Indians are the same thing. They are? I really don't know, actually. Yeah, there's a little Jesus figure in the plan. There's also one of those guys, Saint whatever, that you put on your dashboard to keep you safe when you're driving. One of those could be included in the plan as well. Also, a bag of oranges should be included in the plan. Things you get from Mexicans. Remember, everybody, I am a full honorary Mexican myself. I married a half Mexican lady, then I married a full Mexican lady. My daughter's a quarter Mexican. So I get extra allowed to tease Mexicans points. We made us eat los doyers. Oh, sí. Right. I'm a big rooter for the Mexican international soccer team. Mexico wants it so bad. Mexico wants to win a World Cup like nothing in history does anybody ever wanted. Mexico and England are two squads that the males, for the men's side, they desperately want to win a World Cup. The female English team, I think I'm picking them to beat Spain. Spain's looked like the better team in the sense of they're prettier to watch. They have a lot of snappy passes, one-touch passes to each other. They play just like the Spanish men play, but England, I don't know. They've got a certain like dirty, scrappy mentality, like the Pistons used to be when Bill Laimbeer was with the Pistons, and they were just known as just this like they'll just pull you down to the ground at any point if they think it's going to help their cause, if they can get away with it. They're always bodying the other team's people like off of balls and shit. They're tall. They're probably the tallest team left since Sweden has been relegated now to the third place game against Australia. Australia and Sweden were both also pretty tall teams. But you can really see the Japanese disadvantage in their loss to Sweden in terms of height. Uh, Japan lost every ball in the air because they have one of the shortest. They have, well, not one of. They have the shortest team. They have the shortest team in the tournament. And as I mentioned before, the Chinese women won a game. Didn't make it out of the group stage, but it's pretty impressive considering they all had bound feet, which really puts them at a disadvantage over regular-footed women. Matters in basketball and volleyball height. Yeah, and in fact, being short seems to be generally an advantage in soccer. You're a lot more nifty on the ball. You can do more fine work because you've got less long limbs, you know. But it's also the case that most teams in soccer have a couple of tall specialists whose primary purpose is to head the ball and win headers, and who are nevertheless good enough with the ball at their feet. You know, it's like in a world where you could actually compare these things directly against each other. If you have a tall player who's exactly as good in every component of the game as a player who's shorter, and the only difference you can articulate is height, then you go with the taller one because they're going to win the headers, you know. Yeah, height's much more advantageous in basketball. And the truth is, you can't isolate factors like that. You're never going to encounter a situation where you have two players, one of whom's shorter, one of whom's taller. They have exactly the same skills in all areas except for the only difference is height. It just, the world doesn't work like that, you know. But there's a decent chance that the Japanese player who's currently in the lead for the Golden Boot may win the Golden Boot despite playing two fewer games than all the players on Australia, Sweden, Spain, and England. I mean, I think long arms are more advantageous for a basketball player uh, because it gives you a lot more. Uh, they're more effective defensively. In other words, the person reacting to you is reacting to you at whatever height they're reacting to you at, but having longer than normal arms means you're often enough going to have them think they can maybe get a shot off, but you block it, or think they can get around your arm, but you tip the pass away or something. No, I'm not. I could do that right now. Okay. Let's see, that's about my leg height. 3 feet. My leg is 3 feet. Now let's do my arm. About this long. about 2'5". 2.5 feet, call it. And this call it 3'4". 3'4" for my legs, 2'5" for my arm. So my legs are over a foot longer, or almost a foot longer than my arms. 3'4", yeah. 3'4" and 2'5", so obviously in a reaching contest, my legs are gonna win. I guess that means when I'm reaching for something, I should stand on my hands and I'd be able to reach further. That is not true. And my whole self, let me measure my whole self and see if I've shrunk or anything. It's not possible to get my whole self in the pictures. Back here, maybe. Right with a little dotted, so. Well, that can't be right. So this puts me at 6'5½", but I know I'm a little bit shorter than that. But yeah, 6'5½" is what I just measured there. I think I'm actually 6'4½". So probably, maybe you're supposed to start here at the end instead of here. Like I was starting from here, right? That's 1 inch. So probably you're supposed to start from here, the very bottom of this. That way, that explains it completely, why it says 6'5½" instead of 6'4½". No, it's because you're supposed to start at the very bottom of this, and I was starting here. That's why. This must be 1 inch. Like it's got a little clip, so you can clip it on to something. Like this. Pow! I like that old tape measure. I don't remember where I got it. I might have got it at a yard sale or something, but it's cool. It's a cool old tape measure. So that explains perfectly why I am, in fact, 6'4½". That's an old school tape measure. That's why it's like that. It was made back in the olden days when things were made well. 5'2". Interestingly, I just learned that within the last year. One day, Rachel said to me, do you know how tall I am? And I said, no. It never occurred to me to ask you how tall you were, or even think about it really. Because at my height, girls especially, they're all just shorter than you. The only time I'll notice a girl's height is if she's not very much shorter than me. Like this lady Kimball that I used to work with, Denise Kimball. She was tall. She was over 6 foot. Like she came up to like here. I noticed how tall she was, but um, that's just because she's different than most everybody else that I encounter, every woman that I encounter, and that she's not down there somewhere, right? So Rachel seemed to like that fact that it had never even occurred to me to ask her how tall she was, or even think about it in particular. Kimberly wasn't Mexican, though. Well, men are tall if I can't see over them, or if I see them eye to eye, or if they're looking down at me. Then it's like, hey, I'm supposed to be the one who's taller than everybody and can see over everybody. What's going on here? Thoughts on this? My company's having their corporate picnic tomorrow from 12 to 4 during business hours, and I just found out that if we want it to be paid, we have to use our PTO. Um, can you leave before the picnic? Are you allowed to leave? I mean, if you're allowed to leave at noon, then it's fine. It's shitty, but school session hasn't started already. Most places, a lot of schools don't start till after Labor Day. It sounds like it's at the end of the day, right? From 12 to the end of the workday. So if they let you go home rather than attend the picnic, then that's fine. You just have an unpaid half day off. But if you have to attend it, then that's bullshit. Okay, but are you allowed to leave the office at noon and go home? That's the critical question. If you are allowed to leave the office at noon and go home instead of going to the picnic, then that's fair. They're saying we have a half day unpaid. Wait, so you're saying you can't just go home? You have to show up to the picnic? Then they have to pay you for it. If if you have to pay something, that is to say, your time off to not go to the picnic, then it's a required work event, and they have to pay you for it. It's a simple legal matter, right? It's cut and dry. if they require you to attend the thing, and if you don't attend it, then you have to use your sick leave or whatever, then they have to pay you for it. And they can't do that. They're putting themselves at a lot. Well, then just don't go to the picnic and work. Would be my advice. I agree they're being super petty, but if they, I'd still say it's a violation, right? If they're giving everybody else the day off to go to this picnic, I mean, it's a tricky call. I mean, if I were you, I would just, I agree it's petty and bullshit. And in order to drive that point home, Mr. Bobby, I'm timing you out right now to put a stop to this shit. I'm yellow carding you at the beginning of this game, even though it may be just a normal foul to prevent this thing from escalating. Enough. You cannot object to him saying good morning, sunshine. Sorry. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. So, I mean, that's what I would recommend, Lou, is don't go to the picnic and work. Because, like, let's say everybody else in the office, including your supervisor and stuff, go to the picnic. You just sit there by yourself and fuck around. Get paid. And make your point. Because I agree completely that if you're going to have a company meow, then have it either outside of business hours and make it voluntary, or have it during business hours and pay people for those hours anyway. Don't do this bullshit. This is like such a Steve Carell move from The Office, you know. Well, I mean, if it's up to you whether you want to be a team player and carry a little resentment, or make your point and make everybody else rethink about whether this was a good idea, you know? Because it's not like they can come at you with anything. If they say anything at all, what could they possibly say? They could say, you really should have gone to that picnic. And you would have said, well, it would have been unpaid time, so I would have preferred to go home. If I'm not going to be paid for the afternoon, I'll go home, you know? Well, that's fair. That's totally fair. During the time period when the business isn't open and you can't work, you can't expect to be paid for it that time unless unless you use accumulated sick leave. That's perfectly reasonable. But you're in this current situation is ridiculous. So it's like the thing is, it maybe not displaying yourself team player if you don't attend the picnic, but there's not a goddamn thing anybody can say to you about it, because you would just say, well, you know, since you weren't gonna pay me for it, I was just gonna go home. but I didn't want to just get half day's pay today, so I decided to stay and finish working. Now, if I hadn't had to use sick leave and I could get paid while going to the picnic, obviously I would have done that. Or if I could get paid while going home, obviously I would have done that. Those weren't options. I needed the money, so I just stayed to work. It's like school, Moonfei. It's like just like school. Julius Seizure. I like that name. Sounds like a punk rock band name. Is it an orange Julius Caesar? Seizure? Is it an orange Julius Caesar salad? Previously Ravenous Rosh. Did we? The name sounds somewhat familiar. I have no idea what we talked about or what you look like or anything, but your name sounds familiar. Ravenous Rosh does. Or is it Roush? Ah, type J is a J, huh? Congratulations. I think it's got to be one of the better types to be. Got a nice mixture of um, like sensible values, taking care of yourself, making sure you're comfortable, remembering things you got to do, stuff like that, and communicative deafness, to thanks to FE Tool TI third, that makes ISFJs both intellectual and grounded at the same time. It's a good type to be. Well, we're going to pick a type to be, and my goal was just happiness. I think I'd probably pick ISFJ. My mom was such a happy woman till she got dementia. She really knew how to enjoy things, like enjoy comfort, enjoy familiar, the nice familiar things that she liked, you know, and their unchangingness. She liked the change of the seasons and the garden planting phases that went along with that. And she liked harvesting food from her own garden and cooking with it. She liked listening to the Dodgers. She liked cooking. She liked language stuff a lot too, you know. She was always enamored with, or certainly like impressed by, pleased by my native language skills, which she continually mistook for intelligence. But she kept telling me when I was a kid that I was so smart and stuff, but I never believed her. I never did. Even early on, I always felt like a fraud. Like, I'm expected to be smart, but I'm not very smart. Because if I were, I'd be getting all these good grades like those kids are, I guess. Even though the truth was, to get a bunch of good grades, you have to either be oppressed at home or not very smart. People who get all good grades, they're too willing to complete pointless tasks for the purpose of getting good grades to be called smart, you know. actually smart people are always going to, even when they're kids, and even though they're not thinking it explicitly because they're just kids, they're gonna feel like there's something wrong with this. There's something wrong with this place I go to and where I learn things and stuff like that. There's something wrong with this place. Every one of these teachers seems to present themselves as possessing an expertise regarding something I'm supposed to learn about. But I'm not sure if they even know why they're telling me this stuff. I'm not sure why I'm learning it, but I am sure that I feel a whole lot of stress because there's this horrible task that I've been told to do and I don't want to do it. And if I don't do it, then I get a bad grade. But I hate it so much. What should I do? That was my experience in school, you know. It wasn't until after college that I really had sufficient, like, distance from the whole thing. It wasn't until after I was a teacher and then a debate coach, really, that I had, and an administrator, that I had the full range of experiences with education: student, teacher, coach, administrator. And that allowed me to really solidify my opinions about education, how classroom instruction is, it's maybe fine for grammar school, but beyond that, it's incredibly oppressive and counterproductive. When you don't differentiate between students according to their attentional stacks and just give them all the same curriculum, you are inviting and unintentionally, you're inviting uh, a type biased ontological validation, whether you want to or not, right? So school validates TE DOMs as fundamentally better, more successful, what we're all trying to be kind of people, and it validates FE DOMs, and it definitely doesn't validate, SE FI, except unless they're good at sports or something, then it'll validate them for that. Definitely validates in ways that are harmful NTPs. Schools like to tell NTPs that they're smart, but then insist that they behave as dumb people would. Namely, go along with this school thing. With the internet the way it is, schools lost all legitimate claim, any claim it has to legitimacy, because it's understandable you've got a population of young people living in a country of yeoman farmers who are often making the choice to have their children help on the farm rather than be educated at all. You want compulsory education so that all people start life with a fair chance, at least knowing how to read and write, and do math and stuff, basic math. That makes sense, but in the status quo, compelling people to leave their house to learn something is just stupid. What did I get fired for? I got fired from Kudos College Youth Leadership, which was this private debate program that I had built from nothing, put together this massive multi-tiered curriculum, all funneling into competition debate teams, and we were among the best middle school debate programs in the country. We won We won a number. We won one of the big trophies at each nationals for like 5 years in a row or something. The big trophies being school trophy of excellence in speech events, school trophy in excellence in debate events, and school trophy overall, which is the combined. So we won one or more of those three trophies for like 5 years in a row. So this program was hugely successful. Okay, so much so that I opened up like a branch in Shanghai and went and tried to do that sort of thing in, or like went and set the table for that in Taipei as well in Taiwan. Anyway, why did she fire me? Well, it was basically because I quit drinking. And then I started having some boundaries, right? I think the breaking point for her was I wanted, since I was doing like 60-hour weeks, I wanted some of the morning time for me to be able to work at home where I could smoke. She didn't like that. But the reason she fired me officially was completely bullshit. She said I breached contract and defamed the company by saying bad things about it. Um, and therefore she was unilaterally pulling the plug on her contractual obligations because I breached contract. In fact, she breached contract because the evidence she cited of me defaming the company were internal emails from me to her talking about her behavior as this fight between us escalated, right? And she started trying to pull this shit where like she assigned me work to do that was like either last minute or pointless or whatever in order to try to get me to fail to do something so she'd have cause to fire me. And like in one of those instances, she wanted me to redo the public forum curriculum for the uh, entry level class, and her justification was that it had gone poorly in Taiwan, no, in Shanghai, sorry. And I said, yeah, we addressed this then. I explained to you what had happened is I had put the wrong, I accidentally put the old public forum lesson plans in the packet instead of the new public forum lesson plans. And in fact, at the time, we solved it. I contacted you guys. You guys found the thing I was looking for, which was on my computer back at the office, and sent it to me. And here's the email proving it. And I pulled it up on the screen, and she freaked the fuck out because I had proved her wrong on the screen in front of the other staff members who were there, were like the secretary and somebody else. I don't know. She freaked the fuck out. Hey, you do not put my email up there, blah, 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 blah. I was like, of course, my response is, but you had just said I needed to do these because of this reason. But I just explained to you, you forgot about the fact that that problem you're articulating wasn't a problem after all. It was just I had put the wrong thing in the packet and you guys had to send me the correct one. I mean, basic training is done in grammar school, right? Beyond that, you start entering into specialization. How do I individualize debate instruction? Well, I mean, each debater is, it's like a tennis team, right? So each debater is playing either singles or doubles. In this case, it would be they'd be either doing Lincoln Douglas, public forum, or policy. Public forum and policy are two person teams. Lincoln Douglas is one on one. So what the first thing you do is you separate those classes into their respective events. So you have all the Lincoln Douglas people in one class, you have all the policy people in one class, and you've got all the public forum people in one class. And then let's say it's public forum. The first thing you do is you do a lecture on the topic, and the kids take notes on that lecture. But you give them your lecture notes anyway, so they don't have to write down everything. Going over the overview of the topic, just giving them general background information, and then as quickly as possible, you introduce cases and cards that you've already made as the coach. So, like, I'd say, here's the overview of the topic. Here's basic AF strategies we're going to encounter and have to deal with. Here's basic neg strategies. Here's one possible framework way of looking at it. Here's another one, um, etc. Then I have what we call the default cases, the default AF, and the default neg card pack, or plus whatever frame of a neg case there may be, and then you have running scrimmages basically from that point forward, and each class period I come in with more new cards and more suggestions, like, you know what, we're changing this. I'll have a new AF, let's say the next week I'll have a new AF and say, let's add this to our default AF stacks. And then I advise each of the squads, then each of the squads, they have at this point a big pack of AF cards and a big pack of neg cards, and are welcome to try to construct their own case if they want to. I'm not expecting everybody to use the default cases at all. The default cases are skeletal, So teams tend to individuate their cases, and then they run them in scrimmages, and I say, what did you do there? No. That framework doesn't work with what you're doing there. Let me fix it. And then I say, here, replace that card with this, replace that card with this, and here's your tag for that, and here's your tag for that. And do it that way next time. And then, everybody's got the same available packs of neg cards. There's way more neg cards available to everybody, because not only do I make cards, but we also buy cards, My cards that I make are always better than the bought cards, but, bought cards, like, you could get it from victory briefs, or we used to get foundation briefs, victory briefs, and Big Sky Debate, whatever it's called. There's companies that put out briefs for each topic. Like, we're talking about Lincoln Douglas and Public Forum now, where the topics change either monthly or every 2 months. Not Policy Debate, where and Policy Debate's different because you get the topic at the end of the year before, the topic area, and pretty much all serious policy debaters do a lot of preseason work at camp during the summer. Policy debaters all go to camp, where the camp basically does what I am explaining. They do a lecture, then everybody starts cutting a bunch of cards. In my classes, the students were not instructed to cut cards. That's the last thing I needed them to be spending their time doing, because cards they cut were always shitty. Well, I mean, the thing is, the way you manage that kind of stuff is with partners. So if I've got somebody in a class and there's some reason they're still in my class, even though they're not cognitive function stack wise well suited to it, then it's a matter of partnership. If they understand who they are as a debater and are willing to listen to their partner, then I compare somebody who might be a good speaker but not a good thinker with a good thinker. Have the good speaker go first, because the person who goes first has to do the least work in terms of responsiveness, and have like say in public forum, the summary speech, which is the first speaker's speech, be basically scripted out in prep time by the second speaker for the first speaker, and then they just follow the instructions. That works fine. Sometimes you can have some badass teams like that, in fact, because there's a lot of factors in what makes a good squad. What makes up a good team on a squad, right? good teams usually have one clear leader and one clear follower. And then it comes down to how good are each of the parties at their respective role. The leader has to be both really good at debating, like the intellectual part of it, and good at being a leader. And the other person has to be both good at being a follower and good at speaking. So do I differentiate the instructional process for students who aren't function-wise appropriate to the activity? No. Normally, I get rid of those kids. So it's like when I was with Kudos, we had entry-level curricula that was designed to get people feet wet in speech and debate events. And I would pull all the best kids from those classes to get into my competition team classes, and I wouldn't include people who weren't function wise appropriate for debate. I didn't care about the speech teams, so I let the speech teachers have the leftovers. I hand selected the debaters from the classes that weren't competition classes, and there's a waiting list to get into my teams. So, because we couldn't put more than 32 kids in that public forum class. We didn't have any more seats than that, or room in the room than that. And it was just me and one assistant coach. There's a lot of individual teams, 16 individual teams that need to be addressed, need to do scrimmages. We'd run one scrimmage out in the hall and one in the room concurrently so we could get two done at the same time. But with that many teams, you really need two assistant coaches. But we still kicked so much ass, it was insane. It's like when you have a system set up like that, where I've got feeder classes that are teaching basic skills and I'm an administrator, so I can go and watch these classes. I mean, I'm the administrator, I'm the director of the place, I watch the classes, I can see which kids are the right kind of smart and say, I want you to move from this class now to the competition class. I know you just started this class and you're new to the activity, but I can smell winning, and you smell like a winner. And the parents were all delighted because they're hoping to qualify for this class, right? It gives you a good structural advantage over like a regular school that hires instead of hiring somebody who has the history teacher coach the debate team, and the history teacher has no idea what the fuck they're doing, has never debated, doesn't understand what a science it is, like how robust a field of knowledge, wisdom, and skills it is. It doesn't matter. We just get this idiot to do the most important thing one can possibly do in education, by far the best paradigm for instruction. Like students who debate under a good coach for 3 years of high school are, without exception, the smartest kids in the school. Because they learn how to use language to be smart. And talk about like teaching somebody how to think. Has done a sufficient amount of competition debate in school, been under a good coach, then you've got a circumstance where they've been they have been practicing how to intelligently, correctly, rationally, disinterestedly evaluate things. And that makes them uniquely qualified among their peers because everything else is done without that frame level work. There's no other field of study that one encounters in school that teaches you how to think, right? In ways that can be applied to everything. Everything else is within its node. It doesn't teach you how to think at all. It just teaches you how to do the thing within its node. It doesn't teach you how to evaluate nodes. It doesn't teach you how to understand what you're doing. It doesn't teach you anything meta at all. Whereas debate, I don't need to know about the specifics of anything to determine whether you're making good arguments, right? Because I understand the relationship between, say, a claim justified by a statement of fact and, for example, Fiocco Chiak came in the other day and made a statement of fact to substantiate his broad claims about global elites and stuff. And the statement of fact was this prime minister, that prime minister, this other world leader, etc., have been assassinated within the last time. Of course, that I don't need to know any more details about those facts to know that those facts don't substantiate the claim he's making, nor are they responsive at all to the objections I've made about the claim he's making, which are still standing on the flow as the determinate arguments, namely the way that individuals each have an almost unbreakable individuality about them that people don't agree with each other except when authoritarian means are used, such as in North Korea. Then they still don't agree with each other. They just pretend like it. Martin Luther King Jr.'s real name is Michael? Huh. Wow. Did not know that. Don't really care, but still, thank you for informing me. That's my favorite presidential debate moment. I actually have one. It's actually a toss-up between two. I think my absolute favorite moment, and the reason this is my favorite is because it's a good point, it's a good analogy, it's a good argument. When Obama was debating, I'm not sure who his opponent was he was debating. I can't remember. But might have been Romney or something like that. The opponent was trying to critique Obama. It must have been in preparation before his second term, I would guess. Saying how the U.S. military had become weak, how the total number of these kind of weapons and those kind of weapons had gone down. And Obama said, we also have fewer muskets and horses. That doesn't mean that the military is weaker. And that was just like, bam! That was a classic moment. Also, classic moment was in a vice presidential debate when, what was that dummy's name? Who like misspelled potatoes? What was his name? He was likable, but not so bright. What was that guy's name? The other guy said, the guy tried to compare himself to JFK, and then the other guy said, "Sir, I had the privilege of working with John F. Kennedy. I knew JFK. He was a man of integrity and vision. And sir, you are no JFK." That was quite a burn. That was a pretty great burn. Dan Quayle, that was the guy's name. Dan Quayle. Dan Quayle is no JFK. No doubt about that. But also, JFK is no JFK. People give JFK more credit than he deserves because he was assassinated and he was young and handsome and whatever else. But he wasn't a particularly good president. Although he did handle the Cuban Missile Crisis correctly, in my opinion. So he gets credit for that. Ismael Villegas, one of World War II's greatest fighters. I've never heard of Ismael Villegas before. The Catholic Church is not communist, Michelle Way. Just because you're a Catholic doesn't mean you're a commie. Alright, I'll look it up. Ismael Villegas. Sounds like a Spaniard, maybe. You don't really hear much about what Spain did during World War II, you know. I never really hear anything about Spain or Portugal's role in World War II. Makes me want to look it up. I think Spain may have been with the Axis powers, but I may be thinking about World War I or even post World War II, or something with Franco and I don't know. Obviously, I should have paid more attention in World War II history class. I learned nothing I know about World War II from history class. I grew up as the son of David Strauss, who read so many books about World War II and watched so many documentaries and movies about World War II and told so many stories about things he had learned about World War II that it would be impossible for me not to know about World War II, even if I had never had any history class at all. I've got to Google this guy. Communitarians, like the Japanese are communitarians, but they're not communists. In other words, they believe fundamentally that the individual should submit to the group. Communists are just totalitarians who use equality rhetoric to fool people into giving them unchecked power. Staff Sergeant Ismael Reyes Villegas was a U.S. Army soldier who was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the U.S. highest military decoration for heroism during World War II at the Battle of Luzon. Villegas, who is a Mexican American, was born in Casablanca, predominantly Hispanic neighborhood of Riverside. Both his parents were native to Mexico. His father from Michoacan, which is where Delilah's maternal grandmother was from, and his mother from Torreon. His official commendation states that Villegas was an orange picker prior to his enlistment. At the time, orange production was a major industry in the Riverside area. Villegas joined the U.S. Army in July 1944. After he finished his basic training, he was assigned to Company F, 32nd Infantry Division of the 127th Infantry Regiment, which was assigned to the Philippines. Ooh, you don't want to go to the South Pacific if you're in World War II. You'd rather die on the beaches of Normandy than go to that mosquito-infested malaria pit. You know. Well, I guess nicknamed Smiley, married Lily Sanchez in 1944, a month before he was sent to the War in the Pacific. I guess never met their son, who was born 2 weeks after he was killed in action. It's very sad. On March 1st, 1945, Villegas' company found itself engaged in combat against Japanese forces at Villa Verde Trail on Luzon Island in the Philippines in what is known as the Battle of Luzon. His squad was attacked by an enemy machine gun nest, and Villegas took it upon himself to save the squad by destroying the nest and its occupants. For his actions, he was awarded the Silver Star. This makes me emotional to read this stuff. On March 20th, 1945, the day before his 21st birthday, Villegas was ordered to lead a squad in an advance which would result in the taking of a hill. They confronted an enemy which was entrenched and who attacked them with heavy machine gun and rifle fire. Villegas led his men toward the crest of the hill and then, upon his own initiative, attacked 5 enemy foxholes, killing all of their occupants. He was mortally wounded when he attacked the 6th foxhole. His bravery inspired his troops to take the rest of the hill. Well, that's why we have Veterans Day. I'm sure it never ceases to give you chills. I can't even read the actual citation out loud. It was just too much, made me cry. That's why they call it the greatest generation. Eric needs to get a hold of his emotions. There. Now I'm fine. Well, thank you for sharing that with me. I really, I'm glad you shared that with me. Thank you. Yeah, well, Rachel and I um, went to Sierra Madre, and there was a memorial thing up there in the park for uh, Sierra Madre natives who died in action, killed in action, you know. And we made a short about he was right to be scared about going to war. That's called a foxhole too many, man. If he had stopped at 5 foxholes, but I guess at that point, it's like you're running that way. And there's another foxhole there. You should have just jumped in the foxhole, the fifth foxhole, right? And just stayed there with the dead Japanese for a while. Maybe tossed a grenade in foxhole number 6. But you know, hindsight's 2020. I'm sure. What's his name again? Let me see what his name is. Ismael Villegas is rolling in his grave right now at me Monday morning quarterbacking his Medal of Honor. Still, I wish he could have pulled that off. I wish he could have somehow gotten in number 5 and grenaded the Japanese in number 6. That would have been great. Then that story would be just as amazing, except he had lived. He probably wouldn't have gotten the Medal of Honor. He probably would have gotten another Silver Star. I think they give the Medal of Honor to people who die, mostly. Yeah, I've got an interesting relative story too, but instead of being a war hero, my interesting relative story is that my grandfather was a pharmacist who was murdered in his pharmacy by being shot at least 5 times. And his case was involved in some California State Supreme Court rulings. So it's easy enough to you put Alfred J. Cole in into Google, the first result is People versus Snow 2003. That's my grandfather's case. Here is the link. I will tell the story. So, for those of you who've heard this story before, I'm sorry for the repetition, but my grandfather and my grandmother were both pharmacists, and they owned a pharmacy in Pasadena that I remember from my childhood going to plenty of times. And but it was during the 80s, and crime was kind of bad. So my grandfather got robbed at gunpoint one day, and you know, the guy got away with stuff and money, and the cops caught the guy and put him on trial. And my grandfather was scheduled to testify in the afternoon. During that trial, at the lunch break, right before lunch, the defendant's lawyer was saying, "Take the deal, it's a good deal, take the deal." And then the defendant said, "I'll decide after lunch." And then during the lunch break, he went and shot my grandfather more than 5 times in his pharmacy so that he couldn't testify in the afternoon. And then when the guy went back to the courtroom, he told the defense attorney, "I'm not going to take the deal." And then before court was about to begin, a bailiff or something came and told the prosecutor and the prosecutor's other prosecutor guy and the defense attorney and the defendant that my grandfather was not going to be testifying and probably was dead, because I'm not sure if at that point he had quite died yet, because they did take him to the hospital and try to save him, but and the guy Prentice Snow, he is the only person who didn't display any surprise or anything, just a sense of like mission accomplished, and reiterated that he didn't want to take the deal. So then, basically, what I believe happened is the cops manufactured some evidence. Everybody kind of knew this guy had done this on his lunch break, but I don't think there was enough to prove that he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So there's this motorcycle helmet that they supposedly found that supposedly belongs to him, that supposedly links to the scene, that I am very sure the cops must have planted. But anyway, he was found guilty, and then he challenged the case because of, I think it was the ground for appeals was that his lawyer had been incompetent, basically, or like his lawyer had slept through the case, or I don't know, something like that. But he didn't win on appeals, and in fact, he is still in prison to this day. And while my parents were still alive, as recently as maybe 10 years ago, they'd get like a paper that the state government sends out to victims of major crimes regarding the statuses of the criminal. And the last time that we got it, he was still in prison and would come up for parole in meow year. And if we wanted to object to go to the parole hearing and object to them letting him out, then we could do that. So that's the story. And I remember the day very clearly. I was in 5th grade. My dad came and picked me up from school early in the middle of the day and explained to me that my grandfather had been shot and that he was at the hospital, but that he probably wasn't going to live. And I remember getting that I had to act very solemn about it, but not, I don't remember really having any feelings about it particularly. I was too young to process the information. I noticed when I got to my grandma's house that, she was sobbing and family was there and everybody was all upset and everything. But I don't remember really feeling anything about it myself. So, that's the story. It definitely marked the end of my happy grandma, It's like prior to Al's death, my grandma was still a young woman, even though she was pretty old. After his death, she was an old woman, just creeping towards the end, kind of miserable. But the interesting thing is, on her deathbed, and on occasions prior to that too, she had said things like, the only real love of her life was Earl, who is my mom's biological father. Earl had been kicked out by Gladys, my mom's biological mother. I mean, she only has one mother, biological. She didn't have any stepmother or anything. So Earl got nixed from the family because he was a drunk, and one night he came home and punched my grandma in the face, leaving her with a big black eye. And my mom recounted stories of how, like, she remembers my grandma wearing these big glasses for like a week afterwards. And but anyway, I have this cool letter written by Earl to Gladys from like when he went somewhere to get sober, and um, it's a great, interesting, crazy letter, and Gladys kept it until she died, and my mom kept it until she died, and it's still in the family. This letter, yeah, I have it. It's in there. I read it only just not that long ago, a couple months ago, a few months ago. It was the first time I ever read it. First thing I'd ever seen that I could get any of the voice of my maternal biological grandfather from. I've been told I look like him and that I act like him. I was a drunk too, but unlike him, I didn't die in a drunk driving accident eventually. My parents, after he died in a drunk driving accident, which was in the early 70s, they received a gold watch in the mail as uh, next of kin, because my it was my mom's dad, right? Whereas Gladys was just an ex-wife. And apparently, this gold watch had uh, blood on it from, I guess, the crash. So, it's like I heard a few stories about Earl, but not much. I didn't have much to go on about my maternal grandfather. He died when I was a baby, and I never met him, and he was not welcome or whatever. Men go through a lot of pain they don't talk about. I watched my grandfather cry all the time. He'd always tell me he loves me so much when he would cry. I don't cry out of pain usually. You know, I cry out of resonance with the unbearable lightness of being, to invoke one of history's worst, most overwrought literary titles since like Water for Chocolate. There's not much upside to be vulnerable in a toxic environment. Right. Well, yeah. I've never been in that toxic environment except for the couple of years I spent with Kimberly, in which I learned to be a lot less transparent and open, because would everything I shared with a blithe, comfortable unawareness of its risks got used against me. But for the rest of my life, including now, I am in a very non-toxic environment, one that where people, my family, the immediate people around me, like my parents or my daughter or Rachel, that they genuinely love me and care a lot about me and don't want to cut me down. Now, towards the end of his life, my dad got a little toxic, understandably. No big deal. I get it. And he was sort of taking shit out on me that he didn't have any other outlet to take out on. And it's the least I could do to be a bit of a punching bag for him at the end. So that was fine. I'm not gonna internalize any of his crazy shit. After all, he didn't have any intuition. You know, when he said, nobody ever has any good ideas after 30, to me, like when I'm 50 years old or something, I just went, okay, all right. Well, it's certainly the case, Dad, that you haven't listened to me since I was 30. But, I get it. You don't respect me at all. All right, Jung says life doesn't start till 40. Everything before then is just research. My dad said nobody had any good ideas after 30. Any good new ideas after they're 30. Jung and my dad are examples, respectively, of NI-Dom and NI-Polar. If you live in a world of meanings and maps, you cannot be prepared to engage meaningfully with the world until you've got all that pre-work done. And that's what happens until you're in your 40s. And for me, it's like I didn't really get all the pre-work done properly until I had everything in place until now. Because I may have had cognitive functions intellectually in place before now, but in order to be fully enabled to be yourself and be happy and stuff, you have to also have both liberty and freedom, which is to say, security in terms of your status quo. You don't have to worry about it changing abruptly because your car breaks down or whatever. So, in other words, you need to have enough money and and be somewhere where you're free from things that annoy and free to do what you want. Then you can actualize. But note, if you're not able to actualize, you shouldn't blame yourself at all. It's situational, it's circumstantial. No plant can thrive in the wrong soil, wrong water, wrong light conditions. And unfortunately, the way psychology currently is and the status quo, the way it tries to get everybody's personality defined in terms of deviance from this mean that doesn't exist on these 5 attributes that don't exist, but nevertheless describe things that are normatively indicated, like conscientiousness. I scored low on conscientiousness. According to the big 5, I just suck. That's just how it is, and it's not going to change part of your personality. You just suck like that. And there's no explanation of why I have to suck like that, or how it might link to, say, openness, agreeableness, extroversion, or neuroticism, etc. I can score high on neuroticism and low on agreeableness and low on conscientiousness and low on openness. Oh, yes, said Big 5. And that is because you suck. Can I fix it? No. It's your personality. You're stuck with it your whole life. My personality is that I suck? Yes. There's your problem with Big 5 right off the bat. It's making shit up. And like, you have attributes that you don't have. It's trying to say these areas of third party description of somebody else's either affect or behavior represent implicit qualities that you have a certain amount of. It's just insane. People are more or less extroverted mostly on context, where they are in their life, particular stuff, in terms of affect, in terms of display, right? So, I'm not especially extroverted right now. Obviously, you're seeing me when I'm live streaming in the time periods when I want to talk and I want to be extroverted, and then so you get to see somebody who's talking a lot. But if you were to watch me when I'm not live streaming the rest of the time and try to evaluate whether an introvert or an extrovert based on my affect, you'd conclude I was an introvert. I don't talk much at all when I'm not live streaming. Rachel and I do activities like watching a lot of TV. We might drive to the store in silence. We might listen to music. Um, Sometimes I'm chatty with her, but if you see me out in public, you would conclude I was an introvert if you were just to look at my affect. Especially if you were to see me and Corey and Rachel together in public, you would conclude incorrectly that Corey is an extrovert and I'm an introvert and Rachel's an introvert. Because, of course, extroversion is not a discrete trait that people have a varying degree or amount of. Extroversion refers to people who have an extroverted function first are extroverts, but colloquially it means somebody who's gregarious, um, socially active, engaging with other people a lot, etc. Right? So the thing about that is there are some people who are persistently, consistently going to display as extroverted in that fashion, such as my neighbor Les. He's an ENFP, I'm an ENTP. If you were to watch any conversation between the two of us, you would conclude he was an extrovert and I was an introvert because he talks so much more than I do. But that has to do with particularist stuff, right? He's been continually reinforced in his loquaciousness. Uh, he has some awareness that sometimes he can go on, and he'll sometimes point that out ahead of time. You better watch out. I can go on and on, and but he has this wonderful life that embraces less for who he is. He's got the symphony orchestra that he started. He's got his he's got plenty of money because he used to be an actor on Broadway and he got injured and got money for that or something. I don't know. But he made money just being an actor anyway. So he's well off and he's he's super into everything he's doing. He's enjoying all the benefits of FI Tool. He knows what he wants and he takes a great deal of satisfaction in figuring out how to get there. And he's got plenty to say about all of the stuff he's doing and so forth. In contrast, I have a lot less FI clarity. Obviously, I'm going to be way more correct about things, but he's probably more happy. Um, he's living this life that doesn't require him to be correct about things. It just requires him to make decisions about what pieces the orchestra is going to play, run practices, etc. You know, network with people by chatting with them. I do still plan to interview him for this channel. I want to make a video that is an interview where I ask him all about himself because he's an interesting, fun guy. I like him. And I was very pleased that he went to our wedding, came to our wedding with his wife. And in fact, when I was talking with Dark Sunshine yesterday, he walked by. I was in the garage and I thanked him for attending. And we had a brief exchange from garage to street before he continued on with his dog. And it was nice. It's good to get to know the neighbors. It's good to be accepted by the neighbors, even though we're a little eccentric. I'm obviously eccentric. Rachel's closet eccentric. Like nobody encountering Rachel would look at her, watch what she's doing or whatever, and say, "This woman is eccentric," because she's Effie Tool and I Dom. Obviously, she's not going to come across as eccentric, but she definitely has her eccentricities. All of which, of course, are absolutely adorable. You know, her TE Polar. Could anything be more adorable than TE Polar? Like, how does this work? I don't know how does this work. And she's like, the fan is broken in the blue room. It doesn't work anymore. She just had the wrong light switched off. They've got it set up in there where mean whoever set these stupid ceiling fans and system up, they got it set up where the remote control for the ceiling fan, which controls both the lights and the fan, is in a holster that goes over the light switch that it should be left on all the time so that the remote control can turn it on and off. But it allows you to reach into it and turn it off anyway behind the holster. Somehow Rachel had turned that one off and thought that the fan lights were broken. Then I went in. I was like, let's see if I can figure out what's wrong with it or something. It was an easy fix. The light switch needs to be this way. So that's an example of adorable TE Polar. But here's an example of wise TE. So, you know, normally if you've got, I had a wall heater in Temple City that was gas, and you just left the pilot light on all the time, right? And it was no big deal. But Rachel pointed out the other day, like, I think she probably had before, and I had just sort of ignored it, and that doesn't make any sense. She's like, there's heat coming out of these fake wood burning stove things. Like, there's not any heat coming out. No, I went over to the wall thing. I'm like, see, it's turned off. It's turned all the way down. And there's no heat coming out of there. It can't be. But she kind of just looked at me like, but there is though. So then I went over there and felt it, and I was like, well, that is quite a bit of heat coming out of here. I'm sure it's just heat coming in through the outside vent thing because it's hot outside. Then I went outside and I felt the vent thing, and it wasn't anywhere as hot as the heat that was coming inside, you know. So I went back inside and I felt the glass part, and it was very hot. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? The pilot light on this thing is so big that we've been having heaters running both downstairs and upstairs. Rachel's complaining about how her room upstairs doesn't get as cold as the rest of the house. Well, it's because it's concurrently been having a heater running this whole time. I didn't know that just how hot it was with it turned totally off with just the pilot light on. I guess because it's a big propane pilot light or something. And the stuff that it's pilot lighting onto is supposed to gather and retain heat. So obviously I just turned off the pilot light, turned those things off completely. I can just turn them back on any time. They don't require electricity. Yeah, it's been better. And now she's gone back to sleeping upstairs. And yes, it explains a lot. So TE6 is not necessarily any better than TE7 in any given instance. Rachel's NI was better TE than my SI, which said, I know I turned them off all the while, therefore no heat. Yeah, Rachel always looks fashionable as fuck. She looks fantastic in terms of conventional mores. Nobody would consider her eccentric, right? She dresses like Selena Gomez. They dress Selena Gomez in Only Murders in the Building. I read this morning. I had no idea this was the case. Do you know that Selena Gomez had a kidney transplant? She has lupus, which I never really was sure what lupus was. I don't really know what that is. But it kind of sounds like Lyme's disease. But anyway, I guess you had to get a kidney transplant. I had no idea that was the case. And, it's funny, when I saw the first episode of this season, I thought, she looks a little thicker. It looks like she's put on a little bit of weight. And not that it's just an observation. I didn't think it was a problem or anything. I wasn't trying to critique her. It occurred to me. And apparently, dropped those on my toe. Fortunately, they're just these small scissors, but I want to cut off this hair that grows out of the back of a mole on my back. Okay. And this article was saying how she was taking a bunch of shit for getting chubbier or something, and it made me so mad. And then, of course, the other thing is, in this article, it talked about something she was saying, like, look, I put up social media posts, basically saying F you to the haters and how this shit doesn't affect me or whatever. But I'm crying as I post that. It made me go like, wow. It's like, people really shouldn't say shit about other people's appearance, Especially when her weight fluctuations link so clearly to the medication she's taking, which makes her retain a lot of water, apparently. Especially women, but people shouldn't make negative comments about anybody's appearance, but definitely women, because women are very, very sensitive about their appearance. Like, if you tell me I'm a scraggly, ugly, toothless old man, I'll say, so, okay, you're not blind. What's your point? That you can see? I don't rely on my looks for anything, I don't have I don't have an investment in my self-concept that links to my physical appearance. At some point in my life, I determined that I'd gotten overall a good deal. That I wasn't especially handsome in the face or anything, but that I was tall and I was better than the alternative for a male. That I was thin and that was better than the alternative for most people. And that I was a man, so my looks didn't matter so much. So it was fine. And so at a certain point in my life, I came to that conclusion. I think it coincided somewhat with the dissolution of my second marriage, which put me back into a place where I needed to find another chick. In other words, put me into dating. At that point, I realized, oh, it's not the case that I'm not reproductively viable, that nobody's interested in me, that, um, you know, I'll have to offer a big dowry to make it worth it for a woman to be with me or something, which is how I always operated previously. Like, I'm going to have to provide this person a lot of concrete advantages because I'm fundamentally, um, they're having to choose somebody who's not desirable to be with me, so I better provide a lot of concrete benefits. At a certain point, and after my second marriage, I started to realize a couple of things. Number one, women are way more insecure than men are. So what am I all freaked out about? And number two, that after a couple of flailing, inexperienced mishaps in dating, I figured out, oh, this isn't hard. I could do this easy, actually. Now that I get it, and I've swum in this pool a little bit, and I'm not scared of going in the water anymore. This is easy. I even figured out the perfect trick to get chicks to go out on a date with you at the dating website. And it works like almost every single time I did it. You find the chick you want to ask out or whatever, read her profile. And you send her a direct message saying, you find out where she lives, approximately, like the city she lives in. And you say, I'm getting off work I'd like to meet you at this restaurant near where you live and take you out to dinner. I'm buying. Could you make it tonight at 6 o'clock? That works because everybody else on dating sites starts with, hey, sup, or you look interesting, or whatever. Which leads to, if you play that game, you can find yourself embroiled in a number of different extended conversations going nowhere. You just cut that shit right out of the mix, and you do what I do, right? You put that thing there, you put that and send it to her. And then they never say, yeah, I'll see you at 6. They always say, I can't tonight, but how about Wednesday? That's how it always goes. And then all of a sudden, you got a date, and you didn't have to waste any time messaging this chick. So if you're on a dating app, try Eric Dating App Protocol 1.0. It didn't even have to be updated at all. It was perfect right out the gates. And you too can get a lot of dates with a lot of different chicks. Now, granted, you have to be willing to pay for the meal yourself. Don't try to do that go Dutch. That won't work. But I always assumed that if I'm taking a girl out on a date, that I'm going to have to be paying for it because I'm old school like that. I never once have gone Dutch on a date. Okay, but Moonfade, my question is, are you spending enough money a month on mascara? Because I've noticed that your eyelashes sometimes look a little short. And as a woman, it doesn't matter if you're masculine looking, lesbian, whatever, as a woman, if your eyelashes aren't long enough, everyone will look down on you. So you need to remember that, Lupe. When Rachel and I drove away from your home in Portland, I said, "Oh God, I am so glad to be free of those painfully short eyelashes." I'm just kidding. I cannot. I have no opinion about your eyelashes at all. I don't know if they're long or short. I I can't even conceive of a world where I would be looking at your eyelashes. So just to clarify, that's not true, any of what I said there. No, I'm not saying buy girls stuff to have a loving relationship. I'm saying if you want to get a chick to go out with you uh, on a first date from a dating app, probably maybe not so much Tinder. I don't know about that one, but like anyone that has more of an extensive interaction with like a bigger information about them on a page and stuff like that, right? It's a good way to get them to go out with you right away and to bypass the long, torturous courting process via message that normally goes on in dating apps, right? You can cut right to the chase, take her out to dinner, see if you like her, and go from there, because you're not going to know anything until you see them in person and have dinner with them. Then you can know whether you actually like them or not, or you're interested in having in things going any further than that. You know, I wasn't somebody who dated generally with the expectation that I was going to bang the girl at the end of the date. I dated with the anticipation that I was going to make a determination about whether I liked them by the end of the day. Well, part of the reason, possibly here at Lamb, that you don't like dating sites is that there's too high of a work payoff ratio for those dating sites for males, unless you use my technique. Then it's easy squeezy. You're the captain of the boat. You pick the chicks you want to ask out. You ask them out directly like that, and more than half of them will reply with, "Well, I can't tonight, but how about Wednesday?" More than half. Even the ones you think this one might be a little out of my league. It's such a good technique. I didn't like dating, so obviously I didn't employ the technique for very long before I settled down with Kimberly. Oh, there's a reason not to go on dating apps is if there's somebody who's been on a dating app for a long time, then they're obviously not good at getting in relationships or being in relationships. Well, I mean, that's what talking with famous people has provided for a lot of people. I'll get to your question in a second, Joe Smith. A lot of couples have emerged from talking with famous people. How did I meet Rachel? Well, after I broke up with Kimberly, I said, well, I'm single again, but I don't really want to be single. And I'm looking for a new girlfriend now. So, I kind of basically said that on my channel. I am looking for a new girlfriend, and if anybody's interested in applying for the position, please let me know, And then I realized what a mistake that was when I had a horrible experience where I was called into to this meeting room where there's like three girls there. Like it was like the dating game or something, and it made me feel so awkward. It was horrible. Anyway, I talked to several chicks from the channel, and some of them I just like didn't like that much, and some of them we started making some plans to meet up, but then it fell through, and then one day I looked at Rachel's profile or her YouTube page or whatever as a possible chick from the comments who was always writing nice comments to me that maybe I might want to date that chick. Let me look at her thing. And I looked at it and I said, oh no, she's too young. Because I had made a determination I wasn't going to date anybody under 30. That was for sure. Because I didn't want to be so vulnerable to cradle robbing accusations mostly, but also because I figure I want somebody who's not going to grow out of me, you know? Um, so, but then Rachel hired me to type her, and during that typing session, she made it clear to me that she was 34. And I didn't quite really process that in real time, but after the fact, I was like, oh, hey, I think she was just letting me know that she meets my criteria and maybe that she'd be down. So then there was a live stream one night and she was in there in the chatters and I was like, oh, because I knew she was into tarot. Like, oh yeah, I really would like somebody to give me a tarot reading. And then we met by a video conference and she did a tarot reading for me. And then we met again multiple times by a video conference. And after like the third one, because this is the internet rule, after your third video conference, you need to ask the girl to show you her boobs. Otherwise, she may just be leading you along for no good reason, So she showed me her boobs. And she said, well, can you reciprocate, please? And I'm like, sure. I just didn't want to whip it out unasked, unprompted, and get in trouble or something. So then we had seen each other's privacy parts, and we had made plans. For her to come visit in Los Angeles for a week. She just never went back, and the rest is history. The slabs meant for us to be together. They put us together. They kept us together, and now here we are in perfect complementary bliss. We complement each other very well. And the other thing is, by and large, it is a terrible idea to white knight, to try to save a woman in some regard. It always plays out badly. It didn't in this situation, because I did end up feeling compelled to save her from a fucked up situation. And it was sort of a taking on a case that any sane person would have advised me not to take on. Like, your new girlfriend has bipolar mania, and when she's off her meds, she goes completely batshit crazy and squirts water all over your dad's garage, thinking that there are family members from her family in there somehow, etc. Eric, you got to cut this girl loose. You can't fix crazy. Yeah, you can fix crazy. I just loved her too much. I couldn't let her go. And so I got her to come back to LA after we had to send her home to New York after her psychotic break. She went to Hawaii with us, though, just a couple months later. And she then her brother kicked her out of her house in New York, and she came back to live with me again. But she was still plagued by mental health problems. So we hired a private psychiatrist that I handpicked based on what they said. And her 10-year plus struggle with untreated bipolar mania finally came to an end, as Dr. Ingram prescribed the exact right combination of drugs that as soon as she took the third one of those, within like 10 minutes, I could just see, just like, oh my God, she's completely sane now. And she's been that way ever since. Talk about a fucking total win on every level, right? You don't get that very often in life, especially when you're being driven by your subjectivities. Like, I knew I loved Rachel. I knew I wanted Rachel. And and in that kind of a situation, it's gonna bias me towards believing it's a good decision to continue fighting for that relationship. But objectively, rationally, I'm sure it was not a good decision. It turned out to have been the only good decision, but CPSTD, her parents did a bang up job mamaging the social environment. Anyway, so like helping Rachel win all the battles she couldn't win by herself. She always knew which battle she needed to win on some level, but also not how to win them. One of the biggest battles she was having with her family was Rachel doesn't have CPSTD. She had a normal childhood, more or less. Things didn't get toxic in her family till she had her first mental health event in her early 20s. And then was sort of, because she had been like living a life in another city in North Carolina or whatever with a boyfriend, had a job, was working, yeah. Up until that point, I think she had a pretty healthy relationship with her family. When she had a mental illness issue, then I think it started off as mom trying to help, and it became Rachel's like a dog. We love her as a family member, but she needs to sleep in her kennel and eat out of the bowl, not sit at the table. But, of course, she was right and they were wrong. Her bipolar mania could have been treated by the right combination of drugs at any point. The problem was not her smoking pot or cannabis addiction, which they compelled her to be treated for. And we can prove that cannabis had absolutely nothing to do with her mental health because she smokes as much weed as I do. And ever since she's been on the right drugs, her mental health has been A++ grade E bear. So, winning all of the fights, all of the battles that she had in her life in the most definitive, compelling way. If you're not impressed with Rachel, because it's like, I, she may have employed my skills in accomplishing this thing in her very subtle pull the strings such that strings, nobody feels any strings being pulled, right? That's the INFJ subtlety. She made all this shit happen. She made it all happen because she was sitting there for a decade waiting for her moment to chug the line that would ultimately set in motion this huge set of domino effects that would liberate her and find her happily living however she wants in a beautiful home in the forest. And all she has to do is suck an old man's dick. You know, I mean, no, but there's this myth in psychology communities, psychiatry communities that if you have a mental health issue, marijuana makes it worse. Of course, this general rule is completely bullshit. It may be the case for some individuals in some circumstances, but it's not certainly not something that, well, since you have a mental illness, you should no longer be allowed to smoke weed, but alcohol's fine, which is what children are not an investment for your retirement, okay? Children are things that you have to prepare their retirement for them. That's what I've learned in life. I did such a great job preparing for my retirement. I mean, that was never my idea towards my child. I didn't think my daughter needed to pay off in terms of investment terms. I always thought she needs to be empowered to be exactly who she wants to be. She needs to be free from danger, harms, etc., but also be empowered to make her own choices. And she came out great. I'm really proud of her. Like, in the sense that, hey, I didn't fuck this up. This person's great. She's my daughter, and I was largely responsible for raising her. Plenty of times by myself, you know? I mean, the thing is, it was very much a good idea to find somebody from the channel who already liked me. Like Rachel, before, even when I was in a relationship with Kimberly, she'd consistently leave positive comments on things. She liked my music. She was one of the few people who consistently commented positive comments on my music uploads. So it's a good idea to maybe consider that chick, right? Because if her taste in stuff is that way, she might even actually find me sexy or something, you know? Even though objectively she's wrong about that. You want to find somebody who's wrong about that, you know? And where am I more likely to find somebody who actually likes me already and might be attracted to me than my own YouTube channel? Somebody who's already demonstrating an interest and willingness to watch a lot of my stuff. She's not getting sick of me. She's been participating in this for a long time. Well, that's a good choice. She'd know exactly what she was getting. She'd have already demonstrated without even any notion that I was available at all when I was in a relationship that she enjoyed my music and other media. So it's not like she was just pretending to say that to get in my pants or something. Although I can't imagine a scenario where that would happen, but you know. Well, put it this way: sexy may be subjective, but it's also the case that if you poll 100 women with two pictures, one of them of Ryan Reynolds and one of them of me, and they say which man is sexier, 99 of them will say Ryan Reynolds, and the 100th of them will be Rachel. So, in that regard, there, obviously, I'm not going to win Sexiest Man of the Year award for People magazine, although weirdly, Jean Luc Picard won it one year, and he was like, I don't even know what to say. There we go. Patrick Stewart. He was like, well, if this could happen, anything could happen because this doesn't make any sense at all. He definitely didn't view himself as a sexy man. Just I don't view myself as a sexy man. I view myself as a very lucky man with a very sexy wife. Look, what do I want more? Do I want myself to be sexy or my wife to be sexy? Obviously, I want my wife to be sexy more than I want myself to be sexy. Otherwise, if I were too sexy, I'd just constantly be turning myself on when I looked in the mirror. Ooh, you good boy. Look at you. You are rocking this top. This top was made for you and you alone to wear, Eric. It's pretty obvious at this point. It looks that good on you. Really? You like it better than this blouse? That blouse is also amazing on you. But I'd say the top, the crop top, is even better. You were born to wear that crop top. This is me talking to myself if I were looking too sexy. Sometimes if I've got these glasses on and I'm looking at my A cups, I get confused for a moment and go, hey there, who's that sexy librarian? Oh, it's just me wearing glasses. Never mind. That's no sexy librarian, that's just Eric. Men seem to find Bob's and Vagine pretty sexy. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, in terms of sexiness in the world, out in the world, you can take the bikini off because you can't see anything, even if a woman's wearing relatively tight pants. Maybe if she's wearing a bikini, you can see the extent of her camel toe. But by and large, clothes entirely prevent you from gleaning any information about a woman's vagina. In contrast, no matter how voluminous the clothes, a woman cannot entirely prevent you from learning information about her bobs, right? So, and like a lot of times, she'll allow you to gain information about the top part of them by showing some cleavage, and the crack in the middle. Rachel's always looking fantastic. She wears these dresses where they come down like to here or something. You just have some cleavage showing. Thanks, Minko. What ancient god of yore did I please with my offering to have deserved this? I mean, if you are a 52-year-old man and you're considering a 38-year-old woman, I'd say go for it. You're going to pat yourself on the back every time you have sex. What a good choice I made. Yeah, well, you know, if there were a non-pornographic vagina model that's just there to look adorable and demonstrate how to insert a tampon or something, Rachel would be a vagina model superstar. She is just as prim and proper and unassuming as can possibly be. I mean, she really does have it all going on. Just like dream, just dream breasts, just big, part, gravity defying glory pillows. So, yeah, being with Rachel's pretty great. I'm not a particularly sexual person. So it's not as though um, her sexiness is something that's central to my understanding of our relationship at all. Instead, it's just something like I think about it when we have sex, like, oh God, this is just so great. And I just forget about it in between because it's SE. It's my least dominant, my least conscious function. It's mostly SE. I don't know. It's hard to say what functions and how sex plays that function wise. Like, I'm very TE. I like this idea of establishing protocols for her to follow. Even though I'm not TE at all when we're not having sex. I don't want to tell her what to do or be bossy or anything. I don't know why my penis has such a different approach to things. Um, but regardless, I mostly we don't have sex all that often, Maybe a couple. It's not like it's consistent across time. There may be some weeks where we have sex like 3 times in the week, and there may be some weeks where we don't have sex at all. So, in that regard, I mean, I'm not that sexual person. I'm not that fixated on having sex all the time, And I'm not that physical person in the sense that Rachel and I aren't very touchy. We kind of have to remind each other to hug occasionally and stuff. Rachel usually will say, "Can I have a hug?" or something, but um, we're both abstract people. I think it's good because if we had more conscious access to our FI, I think we'd be insufferable in our interactions with each other because we're so fond of one another. And right now it's intellectually sexual. I mean, it's not that I don't make sex jokes, talk about sex or whatever, talk about my penis. My penis is a lead player in many stories. Like every time I go pee, I since I found out this was a possible way to do it, I've been peeing out of my penis. Prior to which I had gone the bird route and mixed it in with my poo. I never knew what that dangly thing was for. I figured, like if you gotta tie your body to something, as long as it doesn't need too long of a string. But now I found out it's for peeing out of actually. And since I've been doing that, it's like I've been worried. Isn't this getting pee on the inside of my dick? I still haven't come up with a satisfactory answer to that question. I like to imagine there's like an auto wash system that the last bit of pee is actually water that's cleaning out the rest of the pee before, but I don't have any indication that that's actually the case. I've got good arguments as to why it should be the case. Let me see what that says. That looks interesting. I can squint my way to victory. I think society is biased against any SI men and NISE women, right? Men are supposed to imprint with SE and women passive receivers. Well, NI is a receiving function. I think society is biased against any above S in men. It's biased against action above deliver, like action types or even action tool function to more action types for women. It's biased against ENTP, ENFP, ESTP, ESFP women because they aren't demure enough. It's biased against any TI men, either way, TI any TI, because we don't know how to pull the trigger with SE and convey like sexual energy very naturally. We have to kind of learn those sort of things. There's nothing, we're scared of girls, put it that way. NTPs are scared of girls. Not all of them, but we're much more likely to be scared of girls than, say, STPs. I remember, I think it was Taylor who used the term for me. You're just puss shy. Yeah, well, I am a little puss shy. I like to have sex only in the security and comfort of a long-term relationship where I know how it's going to go. I trust my partner. I feel safe. quite a bit of scooping needs to be done. But there. I think I got it all. Yep. In theory, we could put a little bit more litter in there. It's like it's a little low in a couple of spots, maybe, so put a little bit more litter. A little bit there, a little bit over there, a little bit there. There we go. Perfect. So, you know, there's this cartoon I saw one time. Due to biology, men have superior judgment functions and women have superior perceiving functions. I mean, that runs afoul of the whole central thesis of typology, which is those things are explained by function mechanics, function stack, not by things that might vaguely correlate demographic wise, such as gender or whatever else, you know? It's completely bullshit and nonsense. He very well may be, Joe Smith, his justification for his own poor extroverted intuition. I guess that makes me a woman. Who's Elise? And why did she have sex with strangers in public bathrooms? Well, what other stacks? There are other things that impact a person's expression of self besides cognitive functions, but all of those things, even how it impacts them, how much it impacts them, why it impacts them, all of those things are explained by cognitive functions. Oh yeah, I think that was Club ENTP. NI is not a getting function. TI is a getting function. It asks questions. NI is a receiving function. It doesn't ask questions. It just waits for the ball to be passed to it, or balls to fly in its general direction, and it catches them. The thing is, um, it's important to note how, depending on your stack, you're going to warp a function's natural expression into something more like your dominant function. So I've got NI fifth, but I warp it into an assistant to NE. Uh, it provides a directionality for my NE. In other words, I'm looking for things that are insightful, have pop, and are expressed in a concise way. And I use it as my validation of my own NE. And that once I've extrovertedly intuited some artifact onto the external metaphysical field, I know it objectively with my NI as to whether it's good or not, despite the fact that I'm SI conscious, because NI is inherently how everybody validates externalities. And because I'm N above S, the artifacts of my creation are understood to be independent of me and evaluated as external objects because I prioritize meanings over experience. So that explains that. It was a good explanation. I should segment that out. What time are we at right now? Let's see. 3 hours, 4 minutes. Put that down here. 3 hours and 4 minutes. Can I leave a comment? Why can't you leave a comment on a live stream that's currently going? 3 minutes and 5 seconds. That explanation about how your fifth slot function warps into something like an action function for me, right? That uh, it's it's a way of me taking action upon objects. It's not so much functioning like a receiving function does, which which is to say you're you're receiving broadly with more openness as to what you receive and knowing more selectively, right? Instead, I'm selectively receiving things so that I can actively validate them or not, uh, because I'm an action type. So I work the fifth slot function into something that works more like an action function. In contrast, Rachel in IDOM, she warps extroverted intuition into something more like a receiving function. She's an expert on divergence and what qualifies as diverging successfully from expectations such that it attains both independent identity and um, doesn't lose its NI holistic completeness versus poor uses of originality, whether something's derivative or not, etc. These are all areas for expertise because she's knowing about NE all the time. And NE is in its most native form a creative function, but as a creative function, it utilizes SI for particular elements and SE. Her SI is as unconscious as it can be, and her SE's fourth slot. She's not practiced in Kaiser Sosein, which is SE and E. So it doesn't express so much as a creative function for her, but rather as a seeking of and validating of divergence done well. And it's also sort of a seeking of originality in her expression of self, an attainment of that via a life lived independently as an intuitive intellect or something. I don't know. Anyway, that's how it works for everybody with their fifth slot function. If you're an SE Dom, you turn SI much more into a keep track of what you got to do thing, and you utilize it, which is to say you take action to deal with SI things. Take Tylenol, drink some water, eat something if you're feeling like you need to SI, although Delilah, when I last talked to her, was SI in a more conventional sense, feeling sad, feeling nostalgic about the past. And that's also the case, though, that she ignores the knowing part of it. Like, she's terrible, in my opinion, about knowing what her body's telling her. She tends to be a little bit of a hypochondriac and, I think, overstate her physical symptoms. And then other times tends to ignore all the legitimate physical symptoms that are saying, feed me, self, so that she's like starves herself because she takes Adderall, and that just complicates the ignoring a SI thing, you know. It's not using it as a knowing function, it's using it as an action function. Well, you can argue that the first function is unconscious. And you can either use my definition of unconscious, which is easy to remember instances of using it, or provide an alternate definition of unconscious. Otherwise, you're not arguing the first function is unconscious. You're just stating it. Now, NI does not equal desire or wanting. Does not equal that at all. That's FI. FI is desire and wanting, okay? NI is the objective half of knowing. Like, for example, let's say I'm in a room watching a speech round. One of my kids gets up and does his speech, and the other 5 kids in the room and around each get up and do their speech. And having watched each of them, I go, oh, number 3 won this round clearly. That kid was kicking ass. There's no way my kid could get better than second. I have intuitively known, objectively, about the external world. I've known that one speech is better. I've known about something that's appropriate to know with my intuition, namely who won a speech round, because the only way to know that is to holistically evaluate the performance, the material, etc., in that context and rank them who did best, who did second best, who did third best. I objectively know that my kid couldn't have gotten better than second place because that kid definitely won the round. Okay? Now, the judges may not agree with me. My objective knowing was objective in the sense that I was knowing about the thing itself. It was not a subjective decision. I really want my kid to win the round, so I'm going to believe he did. And it was not a subjective knowing, well, that kid's never won before, and my kid's won every time before, so I'm sure my kid won the round. It was an objective knowing. I'm evaluating the speeches independently on their merits, external to me, right? As though I had no interest in the matter. But it can't be something that's deliberated in a disinterested fashion, because unlike a debate round, you can't TI establish who won, right? You have to deal with it holistically. So that's an example of why NI is objective knowing, and it's an example of how it could be distinguished from other subjective ways of knowing things or deciding things. If I chose to believe that my kid won because I really wanted my kid to win, that would be subjective knowing by FI. If I believed my kid was going to win because my kid had always won before, and that kid had never won before, that would be SI, subjective knowing. If I chose to believe that my kid was going to win because his speech was more logically consistent and didn't make as many TI mistakes as the other kids, that would be objective deciding, but it would be wrong. Because that's not the sort of thing you can decide like that about. That's a holistic thing. Perfectly the wheelhouse of NI. That's why NIFE especially is the best at knowing how something's going to play, reading the room, determining whether that song you just played for me is a hit or a stinker, regardless of any other factors. It could be, it's like I'm Rachel's husband, and all of her subjectivities would love for her to believe and to tell me honestly that I'm more talented than Corey at music. But she cannot avoid the fact that she knows better than that he's more talented than I am. And I can't avoid the fact that I know it either, because I'm evaluating things with my NI when they're external to me. My objects are definitely objective data, and I can evaluate them against his. And more importantly, I can render all of those objects into experiences and note the distinction in the experiences. Um, where does doing stuff come from? It comes from you paying attention with extroverted sensing. That's where it comes from. Doing stuff is the same thing as saying paying attention by extroverted sensing. Yeah, well, that's the thing. If we want to meaningfully talk about the consciousness or unconsciousness of something, then we need to have an operationalized definition of consciousness. Mine works fine. It may not be the best definition imaginable, but until somebody comes up with a better definition, it seems to be the one to use. And if you evaluate a thing's consciousness by ability to recall instances of using it, well, I can recall instances of using extroverted intuition all the time. You know, I can recall using it just yesterday or the day before when I made up a song called Don't Boil Me Alive. I can articulate the exact process the steps of the extroverted intuition that occurred. First, I was feeling hot, so I took off. So I gotta take off this jacket or I'm gonna boil me alive. And then when I took it off, I was triggered by that funny sentence into singing a song that was going to be kind of like a peppy song, but about not boiling me alive. Please don't boil me alive. I would only 5 times get enough for something like that. Don't boil me alive. I still gotta have a beast to care for, you see. So don't boil me alive. So that was an example of extroverted intuition, and I can certainly remember it, and I can articulate the steps of the process by which it was triggered. And a lot of times, I can even you can walk back a line of any changes over time, as Corey liked to do with his creation of a nickname for Jamie. His name was Jamie. His name was like Jamie, like Pontaine or something like that. I don't remember what his last name was, but Corey first started calling him Jaime Picane, or whatever his name was, and then he called him Jaime Escalante. Then he called him Jaime Pace Picante. Then he called him Pace Picante. Then he ended up calling him just Pace, and that's how Pace got the nickname Pace. So that's how Jamie became Pace. That's an example of articulating a specific set of shifts down in any change from meow to meow, right? It's easy for me to remember instances of myself doing stuff like that, and even easy for me to remember somebody else describing an instance of doing something like that. So, by my definition, NE would be superconscious. Same with TI, superconscious. FE, also very conscious, but less so in that I have fewer examples to recall because I consciously engage FE less often. And SI, easy to come up with plenty of conscious examples, maybe particular to the nature of SI, which includes like commonplace things such as going to the bathroom, taking shower, eating food, etc. But, presumably, if you're SI polar, you're going to simply not retain any information about those events except as maybe a quick bookmark note that a bathroom trip occurred during this period of time. Uh, you probably aren't going to retain any or very little high resolution data about what the bathroom looked like, what what steps of things did you go do? Did you first put down the toilet seat and then sit down on it? Did you first lift up the toilet seat? Did you first, those kind of steps? They're not going to remember those things very well, etc. In contrast, it's hard for me to recall instances of introverted intuition, although I suspect it's hard for anybody to recall instances of introverted intuition because it doesn't feel like an event, right? Knowing that this is a horrible anime, like trying to watch School for Heroes, which is on the new Crunchyroll season. At some point early on, I knew it was the top four are valued, bottom four are not valued. The first four, 1, 2, 5, 6 are strong, 3, 4, 7, 8 are weak. Now, well, the thing is, the problem with this notion of valued is in reality, we value things in two specific ways. Well, three really. We either treat them as an absolute value, an end in themselves, the reason to do things, or an instrumental value, not a desirable goal in and of itself, but merely desirable in its utility towards attaining the absolute values. The way the values work is the odd numbered ones are absolute values, the even numbered ones um, are instrumental values. Now, the problem with trying to distinguish between strong and weak is it's from whose perspective, right? So when we're evaluating a term like strong and weak, you have to evaluate it in terms of what's number one, what's the individual's relationship with it? Well, we consciously evaluate our own fourth slot function as weak. In other words, we recognize that we don't perform well in that area. We're okay with criticism in that area. It doesn't make us defensive. And we're okay with delegating the tasks of that area to somebody else because we don't think it's very important either. So it's an instrumental value primarily. Now, 4 and 5 are a little bit different uh, than the other functions in that they seem to have the instrumentality and absoluteness kind of split in half. So I tend to find the absolute value of SI in the experiential aspects of it, the physicalities of it, and I tend to find instrumentality in the metaphysical aspects of it. In contrast, I have absolute with the metaphysical aspects of NI and instrumental with the physical aspects of it. So the physical instance of NI happening real time with SE is the example I typically go back to is this one time I was driving in the car. There was a car in front of me here, and there was a car over here like this. And I just got this intuition, instinct that this guy was going to come over here. Didn't see me, didn't realize I was here, and was going to come over here. And I just on instinct went like meow. Sure enough, he came over, and I avoided an accident or a problem. Even though I couldn't articulate afterwards what in the world made me intuit that that guy was going to come over. Well, that would be something I would view only as an end in itself, as an instrumental thing to avoid an accident, not as an end in itself. I don't care about knowing what other drivers are going to do if it doesn't risk me having an accident, right? So, probably FE Hero Lamb, because it seems like don't don't think your life sucks unless you've compared it against other people's lives. Well, I noticed something in what he was doing that looks like unconscious SE in your definition. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Can you clarify? The car thing. Oh. Well, I mean, either way, it was unconscious, whether it's NI or SE. I don't know how that happened. I remember it in part because of my amazement in the moment of how did I know that was going to happen? You know, that's proof of unconsciousness both in NI. The SE is so unconscious that I don't even think about really the part of slowing down as being meaningful. It was the knowledge that surprised me. The SE is autopilot, right? I'm gonna take the action automatically without thinking about that or remembering the specifics of pushing down the brake or whatever, you know. So the opposite of what is someone whining they didn't get their McDonald's ketchup with their fries. Look, I don't think either functions. I don't think functions suppress each other. I think they displace, right? Like TI for me seizing the, you know, by insisting on always being the tool in hand, um, displaces TE. There has to be a decision made on some level to set down the tool in hand and pick up this other tool that's not very, you don't understand very well, you know? There's a certain consciousness to the sixth slot that none of the other backside functions seem to have. Just as there's a certain unconsciousness to third slot that none of the others, the front side functions seem to have. Because it seems as though we understand our fourth slot function better than our third, and that our sixth slot function uh, is less unconscious than the other backslide ones. But the thing is, like TI for me displaces TE simply by being the default thing. TE's the other tool that I have to use sometimes when my default tool, even though I've got it calibrated so I can do a lot of different things with this default tool, some things I have to do that other thing that I know about and I don't like, TE. What I sometimes call in the past pre-work. I said, before I knew about cognitive I said, I hate pre-work, which meant like planning and knowing what you need to, like, first get the ingredients together. I don't want to get the ingredients together. Just tell me the first thing to put into the first thing. So that's countervaluing TE, you know. I don't like pre-work. Pre-work is not pre or is not in fact before or after. It's just part of the work that I don't like is the part that requires me to plan ahead, consider what the order of operations here is going to be and how to efficiently accomplish it rather than, you know, the any part where I'm playing and let's see what happens if I glue this stick to this stick and see. I'm going to make my own hot air balloon. How to Be Stupid by Eric. First, have some stupid idea. You have a lot of good ideas, but don't focus on those ones. You want to find one of your stupid ideas, okay? Can you give me an example or guess? Instead of resolving cognitive functions, commit many hours to building a facsimile miniature hot air balloon for your doll to ride in. That's the sort of thing I do. Step two, don't don't do what any sensible person would do. Don't look it up at all on the internet. Don't look for anybody else having ever done this idea before and see how they did it. Don't learn anything from anybody because that would make it less, that would take away all the fun, obviously. If you were trying to do somebody else's thing, if you do something that happens to be something somebody else came up with, fine. But I'm not going to have learned it from them. I want to have come up with it independently. Step three, make every possible mistake there is to make in the process of attempting this fundamentally ill-conceived idea. Okay. Step four, probably give up. Step five, if you don't give up, eventually settle on some sort of compromising thing that sort of works and call it a success. The story I call The Horrible Ways of Eric. Or what Corey would deem Solutions by Eric. Well, okay, let's see. So you want to hang something in here? Can I glue a board to your ceiling? That might help. We could try. Let me get some like super stick adhesive shit that's gonna never let me take this board off without ripping down your whole ceiling. There, now you've got a board attached to your ceiling where you can screw stuff into it. But it looks terrible. That doesn't matter. Yes, I'm sure there are many better ways to make a hot air balloon for Tiffany and Mindy. Well, my point is there are varying degrees of consciousness, and it's best understood in terms of having some kind of tool to check it as quantity of instances you can remember and articulate. There may be a problem with this definition that links to it may be messed with by somebody's consciousness of their SI, since SI links so closely to remembering things. I'm terrible at that kind of thing, Joe Smith. That's TE at its worst. TE at its most concrete. Because when you've got TE implementing actual concrete ideas like an egg drop or something like that, then it gives you none of the empowerment that working digitally does with undos and stuff. Any idea you have to actually execute it. The execution of it has to be done properly, or else the idea isn't even being tested right. And everything takes longer than you think it's going to take. And yeah. What test are you talking about? Have you used this to test people? Used what? My penis? Only Rachel. She tests is fantastic. Oh. No, actually, I haven't used that to test people. It's a good idea, Carlos Paeva. The problem is with the idea is that there's one big problem with it. If I ask you to recall instances of, it's hard to ask the question without saying recall instances of you utilizing FE. Because if I try to specify what an instance of them using FE is, uh, it's prone to, and ask them if they remember something like that. It's possible, but yeah, it could work for SE maybe. Can you remember the last time you got a lot of things done, got a lot of things checked off on a list, and what that process was like for you? Or could you give me advice to how to get things checked off a list? And if they say something like, "Look, I used to be like you. I used to be a little bit, procrastinating or whatever. But one day I realized it's just a simple mindset. You just gotta direct yourself to I'm just gonna get this done, and you just start doing it, and it's just then they're SE conscious." No, well, TE may be very much involved in making the list. So if I ordinate all the steps I need to take in order to complete Project Z, then I have done the TE part. Actually doing those steps, assuming I've TE'd it perfectly, and so that then I know exactly what SE needs to be done to complete the project. Following through and executing each of those steps in turn, that's SE. Um, Here's an area where you do find kind of gray area, like as to whether something's TE or SE. Here's an example of something that might be mistaken for TE but is SE. When I was chipping the concrete off of this wall here with this little hammer, as I progressively did more and more of it, I learned how um, yeah, I mean that's fine. That's a good point. I'll try this. I'll try this. I agree there's more potential there than than most things that are ever suggested by a large margin, and I will give it a shot. Um, what was I saying? Oh, right. So I learned as I was doing it that you need to hit it. You need to pay attention to the direction you hit it at. No, you suggested it. You said, "Have you ever tried that as a test?" And I asked, like, "What are you referring to?" And you said that consciousness thing. So anyway, you suggested it, and it's your suggestion. You get credit for it, and it's a good suggestion, a very good suggestion. In fact, it gets you 2 wonder points. If it were yesterday, those would double, but it's today, so they don't. Um, and the chipping of the wall, I learned that when you look at it, you can see kind of where it's a little looser, and you need to chip and depending on where the looseness is, you need to chip either like from a downward angle, an upward angle, or just straight side, or one side or the other side. And if you do it just right, you can chip off chunks well. And if you do hit it in the wrong spot, you need to hit it a certain distance from the edge, but not too far, and then you'll chip off that whole chip, right? And a bunch of other little details like that in how to SE. In that instance, that's really SE, not TE. That's no, that's executing better to attain impacts better. It's implicit to the execution process. It cannot be ordinated out. It can't be fully explained to somebody else. It's not something that it is something that you figure out a logic implicit to a system, sort of, it's a unique logic, but it's not really a logic, right? It's a SE. It's implicit to SE, just like divergence ideationally is implicit to any. And it's something that even as I'm doing the job, I'm continually forgetting to apply, and then have to remind myself. I'm constantly saying things to myself like, let the tool do the work. I didn't even say it out loud because otherwise I'll lose focus on that. Okay, stupid phone. God. I'm only at 5% of your electricity. Well, maybe get a bigger battery, you puss. My phone's being such a puss. But my phone likes to puss out. This hike is too hard because I don't have any shoes on and the trail's covered in thorns. Quit your whining. You come on naked and afraid so you could walk on sidewalks? I don't think so. You get out there and you injure yourself without complaint. No, see, Boba Fett, SE is trimming the bush. There's some SI involved there too. So SI is attentive to not overstraining the body and shit like that. Cameron's very attentive to things like how heavy the tool he's buying is. Only buy light tools. And a lot of other things that minimize the amount of time he's got to spend hunched over, that minimize the total amount of time a given task takes, all kinds of shit like that is very much in his attention. The SE is unconscious. That just sort of happens for him. He knows whether he's doing it TE well, in part by evaluating the external data, which is how long it's taking him, how much SE there has to be done. So, like that's TESI, right? It's fixated not on just the most efficient way to get the thing done, but consciously it's fixated on the way to get the thing done that's the least strain on your body, requires the least energy expenditure, least lowest chances of getting injured, things like that. So, in that regard, during the wedding, when I had a bunch of sweeping up to do before the wedding actually started, and I was sweeping and using a dustpan and putting it into a trash can like that, that was fine on SI grounds. It was fine on SE grounds. It would get the job done. But Cameron found the big pusher, and it validated a lot more on TE grounds ultimately, because it got the job done exponentially faster than the way I was doing it. And before we knew it, it was all cleaned up. That's good TE beating Eric and his not such good TE. But it's like, as far as my TE went, I can remember making the decision about how to do this as, well, the shop vac is broken now. Let me go to plan B. I just get a broom and sweep it. I maybe even tried out a couple of different brooms to see what swept that stuff better, and then got the biggest dustpan I had, and I figured I had TE'd it enough, like, well, what else am I gonna do? I was not, when I'm TEing, not only am I not TIing, I'm also not NEing. My NE always seems to get in the way of my TE. Occasionally it doesn't. Sometimes I'll come up with a more efficient way of doing things. Like when I came up with the siphoning out the window and garden hosing in water technique of changing the water in the aquarium, that was excellent NETE. It was a clever idea. It worked beautifully. It made changing the water in the tank much, much easier than it had previously been and required much less actual labor on my part. That was excellent TENE. But normally, when I'm using NE to do anything that requires TE, it makes things a lot worse because I'm violating my dad's rule, don't reinvent the wheel. I'm trying to come up with some solution other than the correct solution to this because maybe I don't have that kind of meow. The correct thing to do is go get the kind of meow you need and then come back and fucking do the thing. Instead, I'm trying to come up with some Eric invention to make it work, and those things never work. Almost never. I can remember instances when they did. Like, I made my own design of a gate latch at Kimberly's house, and it worked beautifully. I was amazed. It worked amazing. It had like the gate latch with a counterweight on it, and I invented it myself. I'm sure somebody else has invented that before, but I'm saying I didn't get the idea from anybody else, and and it worked amazingly well. I was very surprised. Some of my best TE occurred in that horribly toxic relationship with the BPD ISFJ that I lived with in Laverne, because she was relentlessly insisting that I didn't validate on anything that she thought was worth validating on. There was only one area where I could validate, and that was SE. I needed to do a bunch of things that she wanted me to do. Like she wanted me to build her a chicken house. I built the most badass little chicken house. It's like a whole little house out of reclaimed wood that we found around the place, around the streets and stuff, lumber that people were throwing out or whatever. And that was a fucking accomplishment. Let me tell you, I cannot believe I did it. And it was sturdy as fuck. That thing it withstood one of the hardest winters we'd had in ages, and the chickens were just toasty fine in there, no problem. It was like waterproof, but water could blow in a little bit through the chicken wire that made vents in a couple spots, but more or less waterproof. It had overhanging tin roof, so it had no leaks or anything. And despite the big winds we had that winter, the tin roof didn't budge. It was rock solid. The whole structure was. It was amazing. Now, the thing I had as an advantage was there was a pre-existing concrete foundation slab that I could build on top of that was flat and level. So I had that had previously, I don't know what it had on it, but it was there. So I built on top of that. That made it a lot easier than having to lay down my own foundation. But nevertheless, I was very proud of myself. Kim really wasn't very proud of me, of course. She spent the whole time complaining about every single thing that wasn't exactly to her liking, which no doubt made it turn out so much better. I don't dispute that. But who wants to work under that kind of a foreman, you know? Short Shower sounds like a good name for a song, the gist of which is I've had a long, hard day. I get home, you say the words you know I hate to hear. I'm sweaty and blue and gray and green too, but you say it's short shower for you. Short shower, short shower. I've been busy all day. Under this water, I long need to stay. Short shower, short shower. How dare you? Oh, whoa. Long shower and I swear I need to go. It's called the Long Shower Support Song. To be sung in support of long shower. Where I tell you, leave every fire making utensil in the garage. I'll be right back. Sometimes when Rachel comes home from work, I'll greet her at the door wearing nothing but saran wrap and a can of Arizona iced tea. Honey, you're home, I'll say like that. And she'll be like, Eric, not now, please. Is dinner ready? And I'll say, coming right up. Then I'll serve her dinner. And she'll get drunk on Schlitz watching a sporting event and fall asleep, and I'll go to bed sighing, wondering if I'm doomed to an endless succession of loveless nights. It's a sad story of the alternate universe in which Rachel and I are together, but I'm a housewife and she's a ENTJ power broker. Maybe ESTJ. In that alternate universe, my name is Darlene. And her name is Teddy. She said, Darlene, put some clothes on. Okay, I've had a hard day. I don't need any of your mushy stuff. Sorry, Teddy. Just get me my dinner. Yeah, it's a weird alternate universe. We look like ourselves currently in this universe, except I'm a very tall woman with no beard and stuff, and she's a short man. She looks a lot like her brother in that alternate universe. Except she looks like herself, but just a little bit more masculine. She's got a mustache. And she got married to me young, regrets it, but feels responsible to continue to support the family. We've got 2 kids, Jeremy and Jeremo. A third one on the way, Geronimo. And, Rachel spends most of her time dealing with investments, putting away for their college, and looking at me with a disappointed head shake. I try to go to the gym, stay fit, try to be a good mother, but I can see she wants somebody more. Somebody who's got it. Anyway, after the kids all get out of high school, she divorces me and gets a trophy wife. I get alimony, but there's no alimony for my broken heart. Eventually, Rachel breaks up with a couple of different people, short-term things, and comes back and says, Teddy, say, yes, Darlene, I'm ready to take you back now. But you hurt me so much. You broke my heart. She said, yeah, well, I was wrong. Turns out you're better than those other people. And I say, oh, Teddy, of course I'll take you back. And Teddy says, all right, Darlene, give me a kiss. Give me a smoocheroo. And I do. And she said, now go make me dinner. And I do. And we live happily ever after. I'm a little bit weak in this alternate universe. She's a bit of a douchebag. But you know what? We still make it work. We still find a way to make it work because relationships are about work. It's about working on your relationship all the time. It's never perfect. It's never as good as it could be. That's why you need to help your partner understand how they need to change so that you can have a better relationship. ESFJ Life Coach. Look, you need to help Tom understand what's wrong with him. He's trying his best, but if you want to help him be more the man that you know he can be, then what I want you to do is, without criticizing, using really nice language, I want you to encourage him to thrive in those areas where we both can see he can make improvement. Oh no. Oh no, you don't, ESFJs. Where's Rachel? She's asleep, I think. In her womb. Her womb is upstairs, far above me. That's not that far above me. She's probably right here, above my finger. You want to go see? Let's go find out. Where is Rachel? What is she doing? She's probably in bed and not out pooing, but we can't tell unless we go up and see. What a surprise it will be for her to be on camera, but she has not been woken up yet. That will be quite a surprise for her. Oh, when I see that she woke up, now she will know that I'm coming into her sleeping room. Is she dressed? Let's find out. We're on Zoom. There she is, so young and lovely. She's sleeping in the day room cozy, and she will sleep until she's done sleeping, yeah. And she's wearing her clothes. Yes, she slept in her clothes. Hi, beautiful. I love you too. The people wanted to know where you were. Oh, no, she's not inside this room. You can see trees out the window, 'cause there's lots of trees outside of there, and you're up high in the air. That's a tree, and that's another tree, and there's a tree, and that's another tree. It's like we are in an arboretum. No way, that's kind of dumb. What other rooms do I have? See, like this thing. This is Rachel's adorable TE Polar. She thought the thing was broken, but you just need to flip that up. Oh, it works. Oh my God. It's all Morocco. I don't know where the... Oh, there it is. Here's the Wiimote One Troll. Using this, plus my glasses, I can... That doesn't seem to work. Well, I guess we'll just use the light switch. Not sure why this doesn't work this way. Does it even go here? Yeah, it goes there. Okay. Well, let's go look at this one. See, this one works. So this is the blow arm. As you can see, this is how you get out onto the roof. Climb out this window with your little feet. And you can go right onto the roof. You can play with the air conditioner, whatever you want. Look, you can see the shed down there, nestled among the trees. One of the wonderful things that Corey did when he was here was he bought us a box of Q-tips. And I've been, oh yeah, oh yeah. I am periodically coming up here just to get a Q-tip because it's so juicy. Instead of putting out like chips at a party, people should put out a bowl of Q-tips so everybody could just sit there and Q-tip their ears. Be like, oh, that's so sexy. Because what's more sexy than Q-tipping your ears? You ran out of room here. I don't really think we want any borders. You know, it's something we might consider doing a couple years down the road to get more of an income so we're not running so much of a negative cash flow, you know? But at the moment, I don't think Rachel and I want anybody living here but us and the two cats. If we had an outhouse of some sort, it would be different, you know? Not inconceivable that we could take down that shed and put up a small living area, but it would probably be difficult to install the plumbing. We probably could do that. Yeah, I don't know. Then we could make this a bit of an income property, have somebody living in the house with us, coming in periodically to use the kitchen, but ow, what happened? Wow, how'd that happen? There's blood on the end of this Q-tip. Okay, that's just from right there. It's not blood from deep in my ear, it's just from right here towards the exit. There's a little cut. I guess I like scraped it some little bump or something. If it were blood coming out of my ear because I poked my eardrum or something, that would be terrible. But don't worry, everybody. That's not it. Well, did you enjoy my going to the bathroom? Accessory dwelling unit. Q-tips are dangerous. Yeah, well, I just like the feeling of them. I don't really feel like they're necessarily great at getting wax out of your ears unless your ears are especially waxy, which mine generally don't seem to be. But I like the feeling of it in your ear hole, you know. Still getting blood. I'm just glad I'm not an MMA fighter, because you know they get those cauliflower ears where they all this like scar tissue that must negatively impact their hearing by surrounding the hole and making it um, harder for the sound to get into the hole. You know, if only for that reason. But I suspect that there's a lot of stuff that happens in MMA that might damage somebody's hearing. You know. So I'm glad I'm not an MMA. I like to hear. I feel very sad for Rachel's hearing loss, you know. I wish I could fix that. fears, least of my worries. What's the most of my worries? It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below and let them go. They will start to go. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly new, eternally true. And when the slope appears in charge today, and then at large show other ways, other ways, other other way. Trouble done. Enemy ground, enemy ground. I wish I could remember how to play this song. I gotta figure it out. Gotta figure it out. Because it's a great song, you know. The fuck. Get it, Carl. It's a beginning point. Enemy ground. Yeah, something like that. I'm getting close to it. It's a good song. I gotta figure out how to play it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. That's why I've got to figure out how to play that song. I like it. I like it a lot. I have got to figure out that song once and for all. I like it a lot. That song. I like it a lot. And I've got to figure out how it goes. It starts on G minor. It goes to F major. It doesn't go down to here. It starts with D, I guess. But now I'm talking about a different song, yes. The one I'm playing right now. If I could just accomplish something with some music, that would be very satisfying, at least hypothetically. Instead, I fuck around on live streams playing 1, 2, 3, wee. I'm just making up this nonsense. This is not a good use of even little talent by anybody. They would agree with that, like Alan, who had maybe a reason or two to make a thing, would say if I could do that, I'd do so much better for sure. And I ring the bell of truth. What he says is so true. It makes me feel like my great-grandmother Ruth. I mean my grandmother, my dad's mom. Her name Ruth was rad, but she is long since dead. That's a pretty good song. I mean, I would assume, I would hope, that would be my default assumption that he left because he didn't make one time job. Nobody likes getting put on timeout. It's like, hey, are you trying to get me in trouble or something? I don't want to be treated like a preschool student and put on timeout. Now I'm mad and resentfully point out that you put me on timeout unfairly that time. Well, at least time out gives you time out to think. What's my plan when I return to the skating rink? If you're gonna play hard, if you're gonna high stick, you're gonna find yourself with a penalty box, I think. So you decide whether you want to be an enforcer. But if you are gonna play that role on the team, then don't complain when you spend your steam in the penalty box, 'cause it's your style. After all, it's just a while, then Back on the ice you come again, and you can foul as many 100 men as you can get away with till the time you out again. Not bad. Another pretty good song. It's exactly what I'm looking for in life. Pretty good. That's how I know I really accomplished something. Hey, I made something pretty good. Nobody cares about your pretty good. Pretty good. Not bad. Pretty good. You should keep at it. Hey, that's pretty good. I'm surprised, actually, I could see you getting pretty good. If you keep working at it for years and years, you too could be pretty good. Being pretty good. Hey, you know what? That's pretty good. Carl's had enough. He's had enough of the Jenny. Yeah, Carl's had enough. Well, Carl may have had enough, but you know what? So have I. I've had enough. My phone's about to die. My face is about to turn into freezing cheese, which is a syndrome I picked up when I was in Peru. I ate some of that maggot cheese, and now I have facial cheese disorder. Anyway, regardless, I'm going to end this stream now. Thank you all so much for being here, because I love you with all of my feelings. And I'll see you all later. Maybe I'll stream again later. Don't forget to rock and or roll. Meow.